Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Classic Circus series. I am your host, Sutek, on the play-by-play, joined by the handbag himself, on color. How are you feeling today, Mr. Handbag?
Fantastic. How about yourself?
I am doing great, and today we have DoV versus Elysium, two teams that, have kind of been struggling, I would say, at the end of the season. Elysium more so than DoV. I think DoV's kind of on the up and up as of recently, but it looks like we are starting to get into draft here, and honestly, we've played both of these teams, Travis, so what do you think both teams are gonna really be looking for here? Obviously, I think Elysium is a lot both of these teams are honestly very AD carry centric, right? So
Yeah, I think that's true, but I also think DoV has like more of an ability to play through their sides than Elysium does, at least in what they generally show. I think Elysium tends to play some unorthodox mids as well, just to facilitate chasers. So if DoV is able to just like keep chasers shut down, then I think it's like a pretty easy matchup for them.
yeah, I agree with that. I found that at least when we played them that putting Chaser behind and Duddy behind really puts a damper on this team as long as everybody else is playing stable. So I'd like to see DoV do that, but uh draft is looking like it's going to start right now, but when we played DoV it was a bit of a different story, right? I think we mostly played through Top Dead series because their AD carry is actually all very hard to keep down, despite our best efforts, as we see Jarvan come in as the first ban here.
Yeah, and we see the Seraphine as well, just trying to keep the first pick Seraphine off of DoV.
Yeah,
Very big jungle focus so far.
yeah, DoV is really trying to choke Duddy out here, and they're banning the Silas.
Silas,
Interestingly, I think they might just look B1 Shyvana for Flock off
they're
the Shyvana ban
they're stealing the
or off the
Sutek
Silas ban.
Classic.
Yeah, I think it might be Silas ban, lock a B1 Shiv, and send it. I think.
Now we've first rotation banned Blitzcrank, which tells me that we're picking some sort of enchanter early for Elysium.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be like Jinx plus like Milio or something. That seems to be what they kind of float towards. We're gonna see B1 Wukong come in here. I don't. Fluck is a newer player, just in general, even in the comp scene. So I'm not too sure what his pool is because he wasn't on this team when we played them. But obviously Wukong, very solid character, good at doing multiple things in a game, good at carrying, good at facilitating, good at disrupting. We're gonna see Ziggs Flex come through. Pretty standard so far, and this has got to be Duddy Maokai, even though it's a flex. This champ just got turbo buffed in jungle, and it's actually really strong now. You just go pretty much full AP except for like your last two items, and you just full send on your saplings with red smite and just play full zone control. So it's also a really good pick into the Wukong. If he ever W's in the middle of your W, you just follow him and he dies. He's full mark the whole time.
We
Kaisa
see a
Nautilus into the
very early
Ziggs.
Kaisa not. I think
Yep.
that's I assume they think it's the Ziggs bot lane, but honestly I've never seen Chaser play Ziggs. He probably can, but would they want him on Ziggs is the question.
Yeah, and I don't really know if they actually want Chaser on Ziggs, right? Because they're locking Ziggs Brahmin. That feels like horrible.
Yeah,
So
I
I
think
imagine
it's.
that there's gonna be an AD pick on 4 here into the Kaisa. It'll probably just be like
I mean, I would
Jinx.
expect Zaya here.
Yeah,
I think
Zaya's
Zaya
also
is
pretty
very
good
very
into
good into
this
this
team.
comp, and it's one of Chaser's better champions. And they have like fed him a pretty free lane, in my opinion. Yeah,
Yeah, there's Zaya. Yeah, so Zaya Brum into Kaisa Nautilus Wukong, very strong. We got a really good peel back comp, plus you have Maokai's Ziggs long range damage to kind of help facilitate the Zaya being able to kill things, even when she can't auto. From the side of TFE, they still need a top and a mid. Now that we know that Ziggs is most likely going mid, Uh, I imagine it's just gonna be like long range mage versus long range mage. I don't think you're really allowed to lock like Akali and stuff into this. Yeah, the Cussy, the Velcussy's coming through. The Rutledge special. For top smoke, probably looks like, I don't know, Aatrox, maybe even like Ornn or something here is not bad. Ornn's probably like less useful because of Braum. It's probably like Scion more than likely. If we're looking for front line. Otherwise, I think Aatrox's pretty good. I think if the Maokai is going top, like Darius and stuff is also pretty good. Looks like Mundo though. And I don't think that this is like a great Mundo angle. There's a lot of CC,
Yeah, it's not.
and
It's
Saya
not.
shreds you. And
It's
it's
not a
blind.
counter pick. It's bad into Zaya. It's honestly, it's not that great into Ziggs too because his sustained is pretty well. There is just like point and click CC for him as well.
And then the Ornn comes through for the side of Elysium. I mean, if I'm looking at both of these drafts, honestly, I'd prefer to be Elysium in this draft.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Because
I
the
I
team is
do
really
think
easy to play.
the Wukong has a little bit of an ability to carry this game if he gets ahead, but I think it's like very hard on even ground for them to be able to take the W on this one. Elysium would have to play pretty poorly, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just like in general, I think Wukong's gonna have a really terrible time playing this game, like, at all. He can't ever dive. He has to play front to back against Maokai Ornn, which is like hell on earth for the Monkey Man. And on top of that, while he's doing that, he's going to get poked by Zigzaya. So, I mean, not very fun. But for the side of DoV, they do have this really weird like long range poke comp almost if the Kaisa also goes AP, which I don't think is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I don't think Kaisa should go AP in this draft, but that might be the only way that she can play. So if DoV goes AP Kaisa, they have long range Kaisa W poke, Mundo Cleavers, which I mean isn't the best poke ever, but it's poke, and then there's Vel'Koz. So they kind of have like this artillery team that's kind of backed by Nautilus Wukong, hopefully peeling for them. But I mean, I don't see this DoV team comp specifically running away with this game unless they get some insane like random leads early game. So I think I have Elysium winning game one just based off draft.
Yeah, I would say the same. I think DoV is playing very hard for the Mundo as their win con, I think, because Maokai Ornn are not great solutions to the Mundo. If he gets ahead, he can kind of just ignore them and hit towers. So I think if they try to get him an advantage and just play through the split push, getting towers, and then force a team fight on bad ground because of that, I think is probably what they're looking for here.
Yeah, I agree. And with that, unfortunately, since we are casting League of Legends, there is a 4-minute spectator delay. So we are going to have to go to break and wait to get into the game. But other than that, we'll see you guys on the flip side. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Circus Championship Series. We are here with Game 1 of DoV versus Elysium, and we are already a minute in because the Riot Games Spaghetti Code decided to delete the first minute of this game for whatever reason. But we do see pretty standard starts from both jungles starting topside, wanting to influence this bot side of the map. The Maokai started Raptors, so he's going to do Raps, Krugs, and Red, and Wukong started Buff, so he's just going to go Buff Camp. Heavy trade spot and top. Pretty much, pretty expected outcome so far. I mean, bot lane should be trading hard, top lane should probably be trading hard too. Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say in the early game? It's the early game. I don't think either of these teams play early game particularly hard. They mostly just chill and vibe until objective fights, so I don't expect a ton of action, especially from both of these comps. They're kind of more scaly, so we'll end up seeing what happens. But I imagine that this bot lane, for the side of DoV at least, should be the one lane that ends up going nuclear first. I think Panda's going to look for like a random hook into like a Braum, and 2.0 is going to have to just follow it up, but
No, real quick, we did see that really early trade. Chaser did use his barrier just to ensure that they got a solid trade. Probably won't see anything come from that because they're still waiting for junglers to get there, but that could make a difference in like the 3v3 if they both play on Crab.
yeah, and I don't really think Maokai is going to be able to contest this crab. He is doing his last camp right now on the crab spawn, and Wukong's already running for it. Smoke's getting really low here. He's getting knocked up, and he's just dead. So, I guess we just don't know orange kill range, but well played by Viva to solo kill the Mundo there, as we do see Wukong get the crab. He should recall here, but Duddy is just walking through mid, and there's a Vel'Koz, so he's not going to be able to do that for free. And now he's just going to push the wave in and getting double crab. Yeah, he's going to give Ohio a free base, and he's going to get double crab. So that is pretty big misplay from Duddy, not just recalling and walking out top here. The other very terrible thing that happened is, so since Duddy sequenced the way that he sequenced, we're gonna get a huge trade in bot here. The Braum's gonna get rooted up here. The W's gonna come out on Chaser. It's just gonna be some little poke. But the problem that Duddy has now run into is that he stayed on map too long, so he doesn't get his recall in. So he actually has to do another essentially another full clear. He's gonna do a half clear here probably and recall because Wolves won't be up for another 25-30 seconds. But it still feels really bad to have to like clear these two camps without items, as he bases now for Faded Ashes Control Ward. Wukong's got triple sword. The monkey got daggers. Monkey got blades right now.
Now, what is the current Maokai build? Are you back to like Leandri's first into tank, or?
I believe so. I haven't played a ton of it. In fact, I haven't played any of it yet. I've been kind of messing around with the Belveth rework, but I do believe that you do just go Leandri's into full tank. That is one of the builds. The other build is you just go like full EP, so you can go like Leandri's plus the other burn item, like Leandri's Blackfire or whatever, and then just play like full burn with the Abyssal, whatever that one's called, the red one,
Abyssal Mask.
Item. Not Abyssal Mask, the red pen item that stacks, it shreds MR or whatever.
Oh, Bloodletter's Curse.
Bloodletters, yeah, that's the one. So that's normally like the 3-item core. Obviously, a lot of people probably think Blackfire Torch is ass, but it's the only other burn item in the game, so such is life. DoV is hitting this dragon here. Duddy's not gonna swap them out, he's gonna be way too late, but really good call by DoV using the bot Pride here to spike the game in their favor a little bit. I think that is one way that they can win this game, is if for whatever reason Chaser and Ahop take like bad trades or try and freeze the wave on them, these two champions can just leave lane and impact the map. Neither of them really care about hitting minions. Obviously Kaisa does a lot more than Nautilus, but if Kaisa's getting a kill on a roam, she's really happy. We're gonna get a hook in on A-Hop. He's gonna get
Ooh,
rooted
you.
up. The exhaust is gonna come down on Zaya. Wukong is in with ulti. We're gonna get flash heal out of Chaser, and Chaser's just dead here. That's really, really good timer on the Wukong. He realized that Duddy was probably on top side because his camps are spawning. Because he knows he did this like horrendous clear, and he gets rewarded for it. At least the Zaya flash. Obviously, the barrier is up now. He chose to hold it. I don't know if it was quite up yet or not. But yeah, we got heal flash there plus kill on Monkey Man, and Monkey Man is on line now because he has every component but the Sheen, which is actually the correct thing to do. I'm surprised that he actually knows the technology. Sheen is quite literally the worst component in like the whole game to build on any character, even auto attack reset characters. So bad in jungle. It adds the least amount of time to your clear. So we're gonna see another little lane gank as the Maokai is gonna flash W. Duddy is in. Ohio is gonna flash away. The ignite comes down. The Maokai ulti also comes down. Nautilus is gonna get stunned up. Panda looks like he's going to die here. He should go down in the next battle, and yeah, that'll be the end of it. So we got the Vel'Koz flash and for Ziggs flash. That's pretty much all that happened there, right? Oh no, they also burned Maokai flash too. So 2 flashes for 1, we get a kill. And it does go over to the Ziggs, which I think is important that it went on to Ziggs, because those are the 2 characters getting it kind of bad.
No, I think it is important to just point out that we have like CS leads developing in top and bot for Elysium and in jungle for DoV. So really just showing like where their power points are going to be for the game. And Elysium, they just need to make sure that they just allow themselves to scale a little bit, I think, in the bot lane before they try to like hard play their pressure. Because that was kind of their downfall there on the last gank, was playing aggressive before they had the Zaya R.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the Mundo pop his ulti after Viva lands the knock up here. The Ornhorn is going to come down. It's going to hit Smoke. Smoke is going to drop low. Hydra is finding a big ulti on top of Flux. Cudgel spin here. The Braum is going to tag up Flock on the back end and walk away. And, you know, as you said, Elysium just got a little too aggressive here. They didn't have numbers advantage. They thought that they, I guess, could pop the Mundo instantly. But unfortunately, Mundo does in fact go where he pleases, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, they're. I mean, we both agreed that they kind of have the better draft, Elysium that is, and the way that they're playing is giving like actual win conditions to DoV that I think didn't need to be there at all.
Yeah, and I mean, we could have probably just given over these grubs and played to dive the Kai'Sa, which I think is a better play there, especially since, you know, we don't have our the 4v4 would definitely was not there for us because none of our teammates recalled with their gold advantage. So now Ohio is back to being even with the Ziggs, despite the Ziggs getting that early lead. And now jungle matchup's really, really hard for the Maokai. So we had counter pick in jungle, but now we're down 30 farm and 2 kills. So we're down about like 1,000 gold easily. Just off of these items. Like the Wukong has boots coming in here now, so now it's even more, but this is definitely gonna be rough, and Elysium should probably concede this next dragon. Even though the gold is even, it's off of the back of these CS leads that they're getting. So I really don't want to see them play for Drake. I want to see them hard push on mid and like fake contest the dragon and then play for this mid tower because it is 3 plates. If Ziggs gets another decent push on it, should just be first tower for Elysium and then they will have the gold lead.
Not gonna lie, it looks
some
like
deep
Duddy
trades
is
coming top.
a little lost right now. The fact that he didn't just rip an R down mid lane and get his Ziggs a kill on the flashless 20% HP Vel'Koz is pretty crazy. And then he walked to top and then didn't do any camps and is now walked to bottom.
Yeah, he did hit his raptors, but yeah, he's on the side of the map to contest the dragon, but they're so late on the contest here. Ziggs has the TP bot, and now they're gonna fight upwards through the river, which I think isn't a terrible fight for them, but if Flock manages to get into this fight, it's going to be really difficult. all the ultis are coming down now. Braum ult is down, Maokai ult is down. We don't really have any more peeling ultis. Xayah ult has also been used, but everybody is really low on both teams. Just the Maokai is the one that drops so far, but both teams are going to walk away with essentially battle scars. I mean, Maokai dying here was most likely going to happen regardless, but yeah, pretty much a nothing burger fight outside of Wukong killing the Maokai.
And we did see that just the fact that like Wukong is a little bit stronger than he should be really made the difference there, because they were able to get the one kill and then get out, as opposed to maybe all getting wiped there instead. If Maokai can stay alive for just a little bit longer there, because Chaser was shredding everyone there.
Yeah, Chaser had a really good fight there, and I would like to point out, I don't know if this is proper now on this Fire or not. I'm not an ADC aficionado, but he's going Essence Reaver with the Vamp boots, the Lifesteal Omni Vamp boots, the Gluttonous Greaves. I don't know if that's proper or not. It's probably okay for this game because he, wants the health off of his RE on the pullback when there's a bunch of people diving him, but definitely some interesting itemization coming out that you don't regularly see.
I think the boots are for sure just pretty good here, just because there's a lot of melee people that are going to be diving him, and he just needs to get a little bit of sustain to stay alive in the fights. Reaver's pretty normal for ADC. It just lets her just like click the wave and trade basically whenever she wants.
Seems like Wukong was poking around for a gank here, but he didn't quite find the angle that he maybe wanted, so he's just gonna clear back towards top. It looks like both junglers are matching each other's clear again. For a moment there, they were inverted, but, let's see, is there any funky items coming out? Oh, there is actually one. Ornn built the Canic Rooken first. And I actually don't hate this, because it means that he's not going to get poked out by cleavers all the time. That he is looking for a Maokai combo on mid, but he doesn't want to W in for whatever reason.
What
So
is he? He doesn't want to get flashed under turret, I think is what it is. He's a little bit afraid of that.
yeah, I guess that would be like an okay reason to be afraid. I think it's like perfectly fine if he flashes you under tower, because then you go flash for the bell calls. So there's a big fight happening bot lane. The Nautilus is going to come out. Ahab's going to burn his ulti onto the Kai'Sa as well. Kai'Sa's going to burn her ulti to try and kite out the fight. Chaser is still trying to auto 2.0, is literally dodging every skill shot he possibly can, and then he gets flash ER'd by Chaser. And now Naysayer is here to back up his team. And if nobody actually responds to this push, this should just be tower. Chaser should probably stay and auto-attack this, because there's a play happening top. Yeah, I don't know why bot lane's recalling here. This is a free tower for the side of Elysium.
I think
we know everybody is topside.
I think they were expecting the Vel'Koz to maybe stay mid and pressure plates, and they wanted to take the Ziggs spot in mid.
Yeah, Braum is walking up here, so if this fight goes extra long, then he can actually turn with Ahop. Xayah has also now shown up as well. I think it's perfectly fine for Elysium to really aggress here, but they seem to be scared to fight around the Wukong, and I think that might be a bit of a mistake. I definitely think that the enemy team was for sure inting here, but
yeah, they just see that 4-0 scoreline in there, a little bit nervous. Because Xayah has no R, maybe it wasn't properly communicated that Wukong was ultless there.
Yeah, and one like fatal error there of like not hard contesting that fight is now this window has 5 plates plus the 3 that he's about to pick up here. Obviously he's going to die for it, but little bit rough, because he got the first tower gold that they definitely would have got bot if they just stayed bot for an extra like 5 autos. So not great. Elysium definitely like secured themselves free tower, free first tower gold, and now they don't. But they do have position on top side here. They should look at this Rift Herald. Rift Herald should be free for them, especially since Ziggs has TP.
Kind of need to cover this wave too, though. So they're just giving up more tower plates to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're gonna just give up the 2 tower plates to hard contest this and open up mid here before the dragon, because dragon's gonna spawn in a minute, And I think they are going to assume that this play that DoV is looking for right now is just going to happen regardless. Duddy should know that the Wukong is also bot here and that he's losing his bot side. So he should walk out top side and clear his top camps and clear towards the dragon here. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to walk down mid first to get that Rift Herald, possibly pushing right away. But I think the game is like not snowballed out of control so far for the side of DoV. So Elysium has like a really good shot of actually taking this fight. The items are even in bot lane. They're definitely not even in jungle, but Maokai saplings do a lot of the heavy lifting for this character. So we'll see if a fight ends up breaking out here, or if DoV end up giving over this dragon. But if I know anything about Panda Boat, it's that he's not going to concede anything. And we're going to get an Ornn TP in here. He does have the ulti available. He's building an item, so he probably told his team to hold on a second. I'm going to build some more defensive stats for this fight. And here we go. The Maokai ulti is coming in. It is going to catch Panda out here. He's going to get a double knock. The Viva is going to have to back up here and look for an ulti, but Chaser and the rest of his team all funneled into this insane Vel'Koz ulti. And honestly, Ohio Drive is looking like Mr. Rutledge on this tentacle monster. Holy.
Yeah, honestly, they're just getting pretty outplayed so far in this game. They had the knock up and they just tunneled too hard on it, and it just ended up they just got counter engaged on and womboed themselves when they thought they were the ones that were making the play.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's off of the back of Ornn not immediately shooting his ulti before he presses his E button there. Obviously, he saw a great E angle, really well played from Viva to land the two-man E there, but I think it was super imperative that he pressed R first because of the way that the fight was funneling into that choke. It is like prime time for Wukong and Vel'Koz to kind of just send everything as hard as they can down that choke, and that's exactly what they did. And unfortunately, Elysium was using all of their CC on essentially a Nautilus, right? Like that's pretty much all who got hit there.
I do believe that they had hit Ohio Drive too. They just couldn't get any follow-up because Wukong immediately interrupted their chain. And then he ended up getting like a massive WR combo on basically the whole team, and then they're just all dead.
Yeah, so we're going to see a bit of an invade play here from Flock, and I mean, Mundo's pushing Viva out as well. They're going to get Duddy's flash, and Duddy's going to fall here, and honestly, the Baron is up in about a minute. Duddy will be back alive, but if they secure this top tower, recall, and then send a push down mid, there's a really good Brahmar too. The Vel'Koz is going to get a free ulti, unfortunately, but the Xayah does actually live this time. I don't know how the pull-through does not hit the Wukong there. That is some crazy spaghetti code, but honestly, for a 4v5, that was not like the worst-looking fight ever. Obviously, two really well-layered ultis, but we just aren't being cognizant of the fact that this Vel'Koz is just holding his ulti until every cooldown is basically unavailable. So I think that if I'm Elysium here, I'm screaming at my team, hey guys, let's not full play forwards until we know that we are allowed to kill this Vel'Koz. Because honestly, he is the entire reason why these fights are winning for them. DoV should be, giving this guy a cookie right now, because the last two fights would be extremely one-sided if not for Vel'Koz melting 4 people front to back.
Another thing is that they're just playing their comp fundamentally wrong. They're playing forward when they have Xayah and Ziggs that both want to just control space and counter dives. And for some reason, they're running forward, forcing Chaser to move forward on the Xayah to the spots that he can get caught in as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the strong point of this Elysium comp is that Xayah, right? So it's interesting that they seem to not really want to play for Chaser, as we see this Vel'Koz ulti come through again, and Ahop and Chaser are both really low, but Chaser is going to try and find these miracle autos within the range that he can do so safely. Panda is going to fall here to the Braum combo, but Wukong finds an even better counter ult. He instead is the one that ends up holding his ulti instead of his Vel'Koz, and he picks up a quadra kill. So, you know, Window is free raining down these towers. Viva can't really do a ton to stop him, and Elysium is still winning these 4v4s. This is a very rough scenario if you are the side of Elysium, as Flock gets
And
executed by the Baron.
just as we were, wondering if he's like the MVP of the game, he probably is from start to finish, and then he just kills himself on Baron. No one wanted to thank the Baron for him.
That is also Wukong's first death of the game. This could have been a deathless Monkey Man game, but no longer. Baron is in the orange and black here for Elysium. He's a team player after all.
I'm starting to wonder if Tien hurt himself at all, or had surgery at all, or if they're just bringing in a ringer for playoffs. Man, this guy's been playing out of his mind both in the TOE series and in this one so far.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like the Wukong performance is very good. He is finding angles that normally you would be unable to find. However, we'll have to see how the rest of the series goes because we don't know how deep his pool truly is, right? Like, Duddy is known for having a pretty shallow champion pool as well, to be honest. But he does have these like random weird picks that kind of throw you off guard that you would not expect. So we are going to get another fight here. I'm going to just assume that Elysium is going to immediately lose this because they don't have numbers, and the rest of DoV is just, taking their base. What can you do?
This was just a very like heads up play from the jungle and support of DoV, knowing that they can just take a fight, even knowing that there was 5 people there, because they just can't actually contest the fight because they're losing their entire base. And it ended in some really disjointed fighting that ends in 2.0 killing everyone at their base, and they might just end the game here.
Yeah, it is looking like Mundo is just going to end the game here, and maybe not unless the Xayah has enough time to respawn. But he has popped the maximum dosage and the ghosts already.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do here.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Unfortunately, there is not enough damage for the side of Elysium, and game 1 will be going over to DoV. So props to DoV Twisted. This was honestly a really hard game to win from draft. I think Elysium really misplayed it. I think they definitely had the winning draft here. But yeah, I mean, really heads up macro plays from everybody. Even the Wukong, who I said, I'm gonna give him his just desserts here. He played this really well. I personally would have found it very hard to play the game into Maokai from Xayah, but he found a way to make it work. So well played. With that, I do believe we have not gone into the next draft yet, so we are going to send it over to a quick break. And we will catch you guys on the flip side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Game 2 draft of DoV versus Elysium. And the Game 1, honestly, was kind of a shellacking from the side of DoV. It did not look like it was going to be like that from draft, but we do have a bit of a switch up. Elysium has elected to go to blue side, which I think is actually a lot more favored for them. They do have these really weird flexes that they can play. Duddy does have these very strong power pick junglers like the Shyvana that he can just slam. Unfortunately for him, though, I I don't know who on DoV will play it, but the Silas character is quite broken into the Shyvana, and if you don't ban it, you kind of lose out on playing the Shiv. Uh, you can't really King's Gambit it because enemy team gets last banned as well on red side. So it's a little bit of a toughie, right? So we'll see what they end up be wanting. I know Naysayer has some really strong picks as well. Like the Scion he can flex, the Ornn he can flex. He can also just slam Syndra like a lot of these teams do, but it looks like this is going to be the series of handshaking the Shyvana Silas bans, as Seraphine B1 does in fact come down.
I mean, now they just have a look for Sarah Ash or Sarah Senna, something like that. If DoV doesn't take something aggressive, Nautilus is already out. Blitzcrank's banned. It leaves like Leona.
Yeah, I think Varus Leona will likely be the thing that comes out here. I do not think 2.0 is like super fond of playing the Ashe. He could be, and I could be entirely wrong, but uh, overall, he doesn't seem to lock it in a ton, even in their post games. So Varus makes sense. It's something that he plays pretty often, and it's a pretty relatively safe pick into the Seraphine, especially if you go poke, as the Syndra is going to get locked in for Ohio Drive. And honestly, I'm pretty sure this is this guy's best character. Uh, I think he's essentially known for the Syndra pick. He played really well in the Vel'Koz last game, and his hands are hot, so putting him on comfort, not a bad idea.
Now, by not taking the Ashe, though, they have just invited the Ashe Seraphine, which is a very strong 2v2. I think it's possible to play it if they can pick something that is aggressive in the bot lane that would allow Varus to play the game. So that would be like Leona is really bad for like the first 2 levels, but something like Pike, which is something I could see Panda Boat playing, and Pike is a champion that's becoming like more and more standard this season. It feels like,
Yeah,
and it gets
I
valued right away at level 1 as well.
Yeah, I don't hate the pike, right? Like there is angles for it to find these really aggressive angles for picks. The only issue I would have with it is that DoV jungle and top laner uh seem like they're normally okay playing these picks that facilitate the rest of their team. So if they need to play a front line, they'll play a front line. The problem is, right, is we're gonna get smoke on Galio versus Rumble. Pretty hard matchup for the side of Elysium. Uh, However, with Flock coming in, I don't know how well versed he is at playing these facilitator picks. Like, for example, last game, Duddy on the Maokai, or like a Sichuani or something here. And that might honestly be what DoV kind of needs to play in this scenario against the Ashe Seraphine, because you currently have Syndra Varus. You kind of need to be able to let them play the game and play these fights, and currently they don't have a great way of doing so. Galio is a good start, but Galio is not going to be strong enough to stand there in front of an Ashe for, a 20-second fight, right? So,
Now, I know I did say at the beginning of the cast that Naysayer has some wonky mid lane picks, and I do believe I've seen him play Rumble mid. So they may have just completely psyched out DoV and he's playing Rumble mid. Because I don't know why you would blind pick Rumble when Galio's open.
I think the other issue with even with the Rumble going mid here is that it's into Syndra, and that matchup is pretty unplayable after the MR nerf to Rumble. Um, You kind of just get poked out. So I don't really think the Rumble is allowed to go mid. But in the event that it does go mid, it's pr- probably somehow an easier lane than playing against Galio because I mean, at least you probably can find kill pressure on the Syndra with like Flash Ignite and stuff like that. So I guess we'll see, but for the side of DoV, I want to see at least another tank locked in. I think Panda will most likely be the one to have to do it, but it looks like we're hovering Milia right now, which means Flock is getting R5, which is actually kind of interesting. So I wonder
Now,
how both of
we
these
did see
junglers would pick.
Elysium ban Yorick as well, so did they think the Galio was support or something?
Maybe that could be what it is, but I think everybody watching this is just going to assume that the Galio is going top into the Rumble,
Yeah,
right?
into the
So
Rumble, right. So I'm
I'm
just
not
wondering,
really
like, what
sure.
their thought process is.
We're gonna see a Swain get locked in, and honestly, if that's Naysayer Swain into Syndra, I kind of hate this because in a similar fashion that the Rumble kind of can't really lane against the Syndra, I'm almost certain that the other short range AP team fight scalar carry juggernaut is not going to have a very fun time against the long range control mage that is going to one shot your backline.
It's also just
Uh,
very difficult to play in this game too, because anytime you want to like get into the team fight, you just get kickballed out.
yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Elysium draft. I do like the Pantheon pickup at the very end. I think it's one of the stronger things left available. Other than I know I'm biased here, but I mean Kane absolutely rips this draft for the side of DoV, especially now that Olaf has also gotten picked. Right, Kane absolutely would
And the Olaf is
maul
also a
that
take.
team, but the
It's a
Olaf is
takeaway
also a
too.
takeaway from Viva too. So yeah, I mean the Olaf has like a uh not terrible game to be Olaf either. I mean, obviously the Enchanter pick with it is kind of bad, but other than that, it's like pretty good Olaf game. You kind of rip through Swain, you rip through Rumble, you
It's
don't
very
care
good
about
into
the
Ash Sarah as
Ashlow.
well.
Yeah, and honestly, Elysium's kind of low damage to deal with the Olaf. So as long as he doesn't get set behind early by the Pantheon, should be kind of wraps, honestly, for Elysium. I really like this DoV draft. I don't really like that there's not as big of a front line, but I don't think that's as big of an issue now that we know that Elysium also did not draft a great front line. So, I mean, with that, I do believe that we are going to go into a spectator delay quickly for the next 4 minutes, but after that delay, we will see you for the second game of the series of DoV Elysium. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 2 of Cirque the Classic. We have Elysium versus DoV in this game, and, coming into this game, I think both of us have this DoV draft shellacking the side of Elysium. However, last game, we had the opposite, and the opposite happened. So, I think Elysium just is going to win this one, surely.
I mean, I think
surely Elysium wins this one.
they have the ability to win this one, I think, but it requires them to actually just play very aggressive and win lanes. I think their mid lane matchup isn't very good, but I could see the Pantheon and Swain doing work on the Syndra, with the Pantheon W just setting up the Swainy nicely. And bot lane has two cleanses, one on the Millia, one on the Varus, just to make sure that they can play the game later. And that makes their lane quite a bit weaker.
Yeah, as we see a really big trade coming out from 2.0, and I think Ahop is just going to die. Oh, and then everybody's flashing away, and now 2.0 just gets turned on by Chaser, and he has lethal tempo going, so as long as Ahop lands his autos here, which is impossible to miss, Chaser is going to get a double kill at the beginning of the game, and, lo and behold, Mr. Handbag, I said Elysium would win this game, and Chaser's got a 2-kill lead already, so draft, it does not matter, the Clown Fiesta is back for a vengeance in this series as well.
Now that was just a very clean bait by Ahop. He really got into the peanut brain of the ADC and forced him to flash himself into his own death.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, fully calculated from Ahop, 0% chance he was ever worried. He was never worried, not even close. Rip Bozo to DoV spot lane. Honestly, I say this because it's gonna seemingly be a pretty slow early game for the rest of these lanes. Obviously, Swain doesn't really want to interact too much with the Syndra early and get poked out. Kind of the same with this Rumble. Although I will say, Rumble does win this early portion of the game. Olaf is ghosting towards Elysium's bot lane. And I don't think that exactly matters as long as they just keep walking backwards. Flock is kind of just wasting his summoners here. And now Chaser gets to just completely turn the fight again. And, this bot lane combo has been prevalent for the whole year. This has probably been the strongest 2v2 the whole year, bar Senna being randomly strong with Seraphine for a patch or two. I don't know if you agree with this take, but if we have not figured out that we are not allowed to be under the enemy team's tower bot lane when they are Ashe Sarah, within 9 months of the year, 8 months of the year, FF. Just check out, man. There's no way that you played 8 months of this game and we have not figured out that we are not allowed to be there. That crazy missteps in this bot lane in this game from DoV, doing some of the most illegal things on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, the craziest thing is that the DoV bot lane had basically just won that interaction, and then they just decided to try for the kill, even though they knew Ahop had flash, and end up going 0-2 instead of just hard winning the lane because Ahop has no HP.
Yeah, and I want to point this out because I don't think you've noticed it either until now. Obviously, Kyle and Magi have now posted in the chat about it, but if we look into DoV's bot lane, they both have cleanse. Both champs.
I pointed it out at the beginning.
I didn't hear you point it out, but I think it makes sense.
No, it's definitely it's for later in the game, so Milio can't get sniped by a Sarah R later in.
Oh yeah. I know why Milio has it. I get the theory behind it, but I think in the grand scheme of things, I think only one or the other should have it, right? Either Varus has it, and he is going to eat the arrows and cleanse them, or Panda should have it, and he will eat the arrow and cleanse it and then press R on everybody else. I don't think both of them need to have it, because now we're playing that's already kind of difficult. We've made it difficult for ourselves, obviously, but we're playing a lane that's difficult down to summoners, essentially,
Yeah, I
right?
mean
Like,
it's hard to play the game when you're down one combat summoner and instead they're down two, right? So
yeah.
and now the fact that they're behind in gold makes the game very hard, and now you can see that like they're down not only the 2 kills, but Chaser's got almost twice 2.0's CS right now as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really know how this bot lane is going to kind of come back from this deficit. Like, obviously, their solo lanes are going to hopefully make up the difference, but in this game, enemy bot lane kind of just gets to do whatever they want with their Pantheon, and right now that's looking like an Ocean Dragon. And honestly, if I'm the Elysium, I'm really happy, because I'm the side with the 2 losing solo lanes that should be getting poked out the whole time, and they're getting an Ocean Dragon. So, cheers to them.
And the fact that their bot lane is so unlocked means that the Ashe has the ability to play her ulti not for lane, right? Since where the 2 cleanses are, she can just send it down mid to try and impact the Syndra lane that we said that might be a little bit difficult for the Swain. And then once Swain gets ahead, maybe the matchup's not like Swain favored, but all of a sudden it's even instead of losing, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing some deep trading coming out top lane here. They're kind of running into each other's towers, but as you can see, even though Viva's getting like a full red Q onto Smoke here, after any amount of MR, as long as Smoke dodges at least one of the 2 E's that the Rumble is allowed to shoot out, he will always win the trade, no matter what. Regardless of what heat Rumble is at, unless he's legit standing inside of every ability, it is so hard. As we're gonna get a little engage from Smoke here, it's Nacer's gonna pop his ulti, Pantheon R is gonna come down, and it looks like literally nothing's gonna happen. Storm Raider Surge, Galio is just gonna walk on out of there and get 2 ult cooldowns for free. So, well played by Smoke to pick up these little cooldowns early on, but Rumble is catching him on the walk back to lane, and Smoke still has flash here, so he probably doesn't die. And he also gets Duddy's flash here, too. What is happening? Flock is ghosting into this fight. He's pressing R. Galio is R'ing on top of Flock. He's currently exhausted. Viva's gonna go down. The Galio is going to flash forwards to try and pick up a additional CC, and Duddy does not have flash because he in-flashed over the wall, and he is gonna die now too. So, DoV's top side is kind of making up for the difference in the bot side here now, off of the back of this play. This is like a crazy int from Elysium.
This is a lot more of what we saw in game 1, where they're just making crazy plays. Okay, Chaser with very fancy footwork there, dodging the
yeah, dodging the R and the Q, but still losing the 1v1. I guess Varus is just like the most balanced character in League of Legends. I don't know, man. I don't even know how that's possible, but yeah, somehow 2.0 wins out there. If he gets hit by this Q, he's going to die, so he does have to flash, and everything is back to normal. So Elysium's entire lead is now gone. DoV is now in the driver's seat of this game. They're now up 1,000 gold. And that bot lane CS deficit you were talking about, it's gone. It's just a 300 gold lead now. So now Elysium, who, played this early game bot really, really well, has kind of just fumbled the bag here. So they're gonna have to find something else in this early game to really put them back into the driver's seat, because this one dragon isn't really gonna do it, right? And we need to, have at least 1 or 2 carries versus the Syndra Varus comp, because they're gonna be able to poke one of the 2 of them out or explode them, right? So hopefully Elysium starts finding some plays here, some positive plays rather, on these next couple objectives. Otherwise, the Olaf is just gonna kind of run away with this game, to be honest.
I mean, they did get the cleanse there. Milio's not 6. I think as long as they have good vision, which they don't, they can just rip a Ashe R as soon as it's off cooldown here, and it should be a kill on Varus.
Yeah, and I don't know how close the Seraphine is to 6 here. The Olaf is about to tick level 8. Not that that matters too much. He is in the bot side quadrant, though. If Ahop does end up... he just ticked 6 here, so... unfortunately, his flash is down, so he's gonna have to find, like, some crazy angle for it, but... Milio also just ticked 6, so the Seraphine ulti is not going to matter too much as long as Milio doesn't get hit by it, so everybody's kind of just gonna walk away here.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't use their level up timer. They didn't think they had good enough vision. That's why Ahop walked up to ward try. They were afraid that Olaf was there, but honestly, if Olaf was there and Varus is playing like that, that's like the best baiting I've ever seen in my life.
Pantheon's gonna come down here, and Flock kind of reads this gank amazingly. 2.0 does go down, but Flock should be able to at least find the Seraphine here. Maybe there's enough Milio heals to keep him alive. Nope, he's gonna go down too, so Pantheon does get a double, and Naysayer is here, and Milio has no flash, so he's gonna get exploded as well, and this is exactly the play that Elysium was pretty much hoping for when this happened. Smoke is going to get ulted by the Rumble as well, but I do not think that he will die, since the Rumble does not have the flash to play the dive here. Yeah, I mean, really well played from Elysium here to find this little avenue back into the game. Obviously, Flock read that Pantheon ult kind of like a book here. His bot lane pushed up, played for it, 2.0, dies for his team like a good soldier, and Flock tries his best to pick up the kill, but unfortunately the rest of the team other than Seraphine is just a little bit too tanky for the Olaf to rip through with just the Stride Breaker there, which I don't know if he even had, right? I don't think he was at Stride Breaker quite yet. I think he was at like Tiamat Phage or whatever. So maybe if you got his recall off and had that Stride Breaker, maybe it's a different fight, but good read nonetheless from Flock. It is a good counter attempt.
Yeah,
As they do pick up the second Drake.
I don't think it would have made too much of a difference. The CC chain on 2.0 was pretty great there. He didn't get the move. If that was Matty, he would have been slamming his keyboard a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just a 3v2 at that point. I think both mid laners TP'd for that as well, so it became a 3v4 at the end. So even if they had somehow managed to kill Ashe, Naysayer's definitely cleaning up that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know how mad he gets when, he can't move, or when people are perma-ganking him and stuff. We see it on stream all the time, but it looks like there might be another scuffle bot lane here in a second. Ahop seems to be fishing for a combo. Naysayer's gonna get slammed up mid here on the trade. He's
2.0
losing
playing
half
it
his
well.
health. Yeah, but then you say that, and then he walks up and gets hit by every ability known to man, and he's probably going to die to the next... Oh, yep. There we go. Aerie gets him.
It's an ADC brain problem. It's an object permanence. Surely they're not still here sitting in the bush for 30 seconds.
Yeah, if I know anything to be true, they are absolutely still sitting in the bush for 30 seconds, waiting for your ass to walk up. So, I mean, I do it, other junglers do it, team supports also tend to do it, so...
And because of the way that started, with Ahop just managing to get the dry E's, they ended up getting the cleanse and the kill on what should have probably just been a ulti for cleanse trade.
Yeah, and I mean, the Syndra's going to get rooted up here too and lose her flash. Is obviously going to get Galio ulted to save her life here, but that is 2 important cooldowns down for the side of DoV, as they... Object permanence is a thing in this game, and, apparently not for either team, because we walk into Banana and get instantly exploded, but, the fight still looks good for Elysium, and I hate to say it, Travis, I don't really want to cast a curse either of these teams, right, but I think we should just stop talking about the draft, because whoever it looks like they have the complete winning draft seems to just lose the game, no matter what. So... that might be, something we need to fix going forwards, because we cursed Elysium game 1. They had Thanos draft. They
Yeah, I mean, you could have
completely got shit did, and then the reverse is happening in this game.
the best coach in the world draft a team comp for you, and this is still, like an Emerald Diamond League, so it is what it is.
Yep.
And it does appear that Syndra is building into Banshee's Veil, or at least Verdant Barrier as her second item, which is a very insecure buy, I might say. I it's just to stop Ash Arrows, I guess, or maybe she just keeps getting Swained or something. I don't know.
I think it's also pretty good against Pantheon too, right? Because if you're outside of the ulti, he then has to flash W you, and then your shield needs to W, right? And it's
I mean,
pretty hard for Swing to get the shield off of you because
unless
you
he
outrange
smites
him.
you.
Yeah, but there's a particular timing to it. You have to like smite before you even W because of how instant your W is. But yeah, I see what you mean. I don't hate building the Verdant Barrier. If he full builds into the Banshees, he's definitely griefing though. Like he needs to hit his second item.
Yeah, I mean, like
more
full buying
CDR
Banshees
and,
is rough. It's not very cost efficient. The components aren't good, but Verdant Barrier is pretty cost efficient. I think it just his damage is going to be lacking, and this is a game where like
his damage matters a lot as Viva solo kills his counter matchup as well.
I don't really
Not
know what
great.
happened there. Did that guy
Yeah.
tower dive or what?
I guess he must have gotten caught under tower because Turnbull still has ulti, so I don't know. Naysayer's gonna pop his ulti, Vlog's gonna walk it on back, and they're just gonna take the cooldown. Which I think is a really heads up play too, especially if you're gonna try and contest the streak.
Yeah, the dragon's up in 15.
Yeah.
So if you're Elysium, you should just be looking to play this slow and wait for Naysayer ulti to come back. I mean, it's looking like it's not a very long cooldown. It's already, what, like 30% off?
Yeah,
Unless the
they still
bug.
won't have it though, but the root is going to come out from Ahop. Ahop is going to counter ulti here. Olaf's going to instantly ult. Duddy is getting chewed through right now. The Rumble is very out of position. Has to blow his flash
Chaser's
to
here.
get out.
Chaser's strong here.
Flashes away. Chaser picks up the Milio on the flash. He's going to get stunned up though. Chaser has to flash away from the Syndra combo. And it's looking like a bit of a fiesta, but overall it's a 1 for 2 for the side of Elysium. So, I mean, the numbers are nice. However, I do believe that we lost more summoners overall, so is it a win? I guess, because we got Dragon and 2 kills, but we'll see what happens in the coming minutes because of those summoners being down. As Smoke is going to get Pantheon comboed here and also go down. So it ends up being a 3 for 1 plus streak, which is honestly pretty good, even for all the summoners we blew.
Now just a quick look at the inventories. Ashe is nearly an entire item up on Varus right now. She has completed PD and is working on her third, whereas Varus is still working on his second. Syndra hasn't backed in a while. We'll see if it is going to be that Verdant Barrier or if she's just hanging out on a Null Magic Mantle. It is Verdant Barrier.
Yep, she's gonna build into this Verdant Barrier, and I guess she was just waiting for the gold for it, even though she had 2 components, because she didn't really buy anything else here either, so I guess that item's like randomly, weirdly expensive, but yep, picks up the Verdant Barrier. I don't hate it, as long as she sits on it. Chaser doesn't have summoners. I don't know why Flock is insanely scared here.
It's the TP coming in. He doesn't want to get...
I mean, I guess, but it's 2v1 Galio's walking, and it's only Swain, right? Swain's not gonna one-shot you, so I guess he just doesn't feel like giving over any amount of gold, so all good. I mean, not like a fantastic look from him, but it was an okay enough look to get a TP, so we'll take it. We'll take the dubs where we can. Currently, the lane assignments for Elysium are a little bad, in my opinion. I don't think you want Galio matching the 2 people mid right now. I mean, he can because of the Sunfire item, but I also don't think you want Rumble matching the other 2, right? So
I think Rumble's in more danger than the Galio is.
Yep, as we see Ohio Drive actually get poked out here, and the Sign is like winning the back end of these plays just because the Syndra isn't building enough damage to really shred his health. Like, she built the resistances, but she's not the character that really benefits from the resistances,
Yeah, I
right?
mean
So
it's a
little rough.
Blackfire defensive item and cooldown boots, right? Like the actual damage coming out from this character is very low right now.
Not to mention the swing is also two full items as well versus
Yeah,
Syndra's 1.5, so that also is a pretty big factor there in that trade. As Naysayer is bot here, and honestly, the Galio is not respecting the fact that Swain can just run him down
yeah.
with
This
just the ARP rocking. This is very bad from Smoke. I don't know. Even if Pantheon didn't show up, right? Let's say there's a world where Pantheon doesn't ulti there and show up to this. The Galio just gets ran down. No,
Yeah, I
am I
mean
crazy?
it's a lot it's a lot longer and boring of a fight, but yeah, he either almost dies or he dies completely by the time he's at that turret, just because Swain's just gonna sit on him and spam Qs.
Yeah, I don't know what that play was from Smoke, but alas, Syndra's gonna TP bot to try and save this bot tier 1. I don't hate this TP. I also don't love this TP, right? Because Baron is up, and all Elysium really has to do is push this mid wave in, and then they can just rotate Baron. It's kind of slow, all things considered, but I mean, we know DoV bot lane is recalling, and we know Syndra just used her TP bot, so it'll just be a 1v1 bot and 4 on Baron. So I don't hate like a Baron sneak here on that particular timer, but it looks like they're not looking for it. Looks like it's not even a thought in their minds. So seems we're all just going to go back to holding each other's hands here in mid lane, like we do in D4 camp.
Is there a way we can get like a Swain stack count? Because I feel like he's been doing pretty well in this matchup, catching center with ease.
Yeah, Swain has
37.
37 stacks, so he's getting 550 health from his passive right now, which is honestly a lot of health. A ton of health. Yeah.
And each stack he gets makes his pulls in fights heal him more because that's all percentile. So
Yep. We are going to get another big fight for this dragon, and honestly, if I'm DoV, I really want to like turbo fight over these dragons, right? Because even though we're behind, Olaf with Cloud Soul is a bit of a monster, right? Like, good luck getting away from Olaf ulting at you with Cloud Soul and Ghost. So if DoV is able to find a good enough angle to find this fight for the dragon, I personally would take it. It doesn't have to be a winning fight, but just a fight that even claims you the dragons enough to get the soul is probably good enough. As Letty is going to drop the Rift Herald on mid here to get the pressure that his team needs to get the dragon. And as I'm saying that, I realize that there are Hex Gates on the map, and it is not Cloud Drake. I forget that the UI just has clouds no matter what. It is Hextech Soul. Also not bad on Olaf either. But DoV is not going to be getting them, and honestly, Elysium being on Soul Point here with this comp, with
it's a good Ashar.
yeah, really insane
Syndra
Ashar
flash
into
with
the
cleanse.
Pantheon ulti. The cleanse comes through.
Great
Seraphine
Seraphine
hits
R.
everybody with that Seraphine R. Milio has to cleanse R immediately, and Olaf is now running down Viva. He's gonna get traded back by Chaser. Chaser is kind of free autoing here in this fight. He is still full HP. Nobody's even looking at him.
Everyone.
And Naysayer is just mowing through them, and that is going to be a 5-for-1 for the side of Elysium into a Baron right after the dragon. And as I was saying, my mistake on the dragon, but this Elysium team with the dragon is a lot scarier than the DoV team with the Hextech dragon. So not great for the side of DoV looking ahead in this game. It's going to look a little bit rough if Elysium ends up getting this soul.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes everyone on their team able to trigger the Seraphine E the same way Ash would with auto attacks, just by using a spellcast.
Yeah, and the fact that it bounces like static shift too is really, really broken. It means you kind of can't really clump together at all. Not that you'd really want to do that against the swing Seraphine combo either, but Elysium has really, after, you know, kind of punting the game back to DoV, kind of really re-reined themselves back in after that play. And really locked in their gold lead here. It's about a 7k gold lead. and Smoke is going to lose his flash and die here.
No, that was like a predict R on Ashe as well, right? He ulted as he flashed and still hit.
Yeah, I didn't really notice that, but it very could be the case. I did not notice the Ashe early ulti, but definitely could be the case. As yeah, I mean, Elysium just gonna mow down these towers topside until DoV matches them, and I don't think DoV has any plans of matching them with more than one member, and I think that is a
They
very
should just
big
look
mistake.
to dive here because Viva's doing a
Yeah.
fantastic job slowing down backs.
Yeah, the problem is that Viva's going to die mid for it, and we don't have like the flashes to go forwards here.
Yeah, I mean they do get the full inhib too though, and now they should just be out with the.
Yeah, I
Seraphine
do
speed.
think Olaf is going to get most of this mid tower, even though they have Baron base. But yeah, I mean overall, really net positive play for Elysium. Obviously, Viva dies, that's unfortunate, but now they have top pressure. They never have to walk back top lane until they have Soul in their grip. So really good heads up macro from Elysium here to specifically take this top inhibitor, because I think out of all of them this matters the most. It means you never have to come back to this lane. It will always be pushing. It'll always have some type of pressure for your Soul take. And now we're finally going to get this mid tier one down as well, which will now completely open the map for them.
Yeah, I do think that it's looking like it's just a ticking time bomb for Elysium to take the W here.
Yeah, I think we're kind of like at a stage of the game where it's just gonna come down to whoever ends up winning the fight on this next strike just wins the game. Right now it looks like A-Hop is just gonna go really low and have to use his ulti. Duddy's catching out Smoke on the side here.
We did see
Naysayer lands
Milio.
an E. Smoke is gonna go down because Chaser is just free autoing. Viva has now TP'd into this play, and I mean, Elysium's gonna make me eat my words here because there's still a minute to Dragon, and they very well could still just win the game here. They might not even give two flying fiddlesticks about going for this dragon, but it looks like now that the wave's gone, they might consider playing for his soul here now finally. We're gonna go set up some vision, it looks like, and then everybody's gonna kind of just recall, spend their gold quickly, and get back out on map.
Now we did see the Milio ult for the heal. It looked like there, because he didn't cleanse anything with it. Maybe he thought the Seraphine ult was about to hit Varus, but Panabot is looking like very uncomfortable on the Enchanter matchups, which is much different than the matchup in the last game where he was pretty confident on the Nautilus.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, Duddy as well, even from last game, the switch up, he went from looking extremely lost to actually kind of like locking it back in. He is 6-1-10 right now. Obviously, he only had that one really bad fumble play on the flash top side there for the Galio, and I mean, now he's really reining it back in, and I mean, he seems to be like one of two commanding forces on this team, right? Obviously, Chaser is ripping apart the enemy team in the fights, but we're gonna see the Syndra on side here, so her flank is not gonna have as much value, and he's going to have to flash, and he's going to have to push everybody away as Smoke is trying to come in and feel for his team here.
Naysayer flashes
he is
in.
also gonna have to flash away. Naysayer is trying to catch everybody out and mow them down here. He's gonna get stunned up. Flock is going forwards, trying to force the Dragon Seal here. He's getting exhausted. He's gonna go down. Elysium is going to pick up the Dragon Soul, and that is going to be Raps, I believe. Naysayer is going to get to the enemy base before the enemies get to their own base. So, I guess we'll see here if these last two players can kind of clean something up, but Chaser does find the Syndra on the back of the play, and that is just going to be the end of the game. I don't really know why Elysium's hitting this mid lane here. Must be stat padding. But yeah, really well played by Elysium.
It's a great bounce back game.
Very minimal
game
mistakes.
One.
Yeah, very minimal mistakes, especially from that game one, which honestly was played extremely terribly by them. So we have ourselves a series, gentlemen. We have ourselves a series. They came here to actually win today. So I mean, with that, unless you have anything else to say, Mr. Handbag, we're just gonna send it off to a quick little break before we get into the third draft of the day.
Nah, I don't really have anything that you didn't cover.
Sounds good. We'll see you guys after the break. Hello, my League of Legendsers, and welcome back to the third game of the series. We have an interesting one. So far, a very interesting draft. Elysium has locked in their staple Jinx. No wacky doodle things coming out there, but Smoke has immediately locked in Darius, and I say I don't know too much about this Flock person, because they are a pretty recent addition, a new sub coming through for Tion. Darius is locked in, and I don't know if this is a flex or not. Because if it is a flex, it's probably not a terrible pick, but locking the Darius this early is very confusing to me. I don't think that, like, this character is really good, but it's really good when it's really good. Kind of similar to how the Swain works. Swain is good when Swain looks like it's good. Similar situation for Darius. He kind of like requires an enemy team to not be able to kite him out here, and with these two picks that Elysium have kind of essentially picked up in response to the Darius, both are kind of really good at kiting him out. So I want to see what they end up pairing with this Darius and where it ends up going. But so far, Elysium is looking like they're just playing to kite this guy to Kingdom Come.
So they have locked in the Yunara as well, which would usually see like an enchanter pairing, but honestly, after seeing the difference in performance, I would want to see Pentaboat on an engage, especially into Jinx. I think the Lulu is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not super huge on picking hyper carry into hyper carry and then locking enchanter into enchanter. I feel like it's almost proper nowadays, at least down here in the Silo, to kind of lock a character that counters one of the two of the things in the lane and kind of play like that. Whether that be like a Blitzcrank or even like a random Pike pick or something to kind of block out the Jinx.
And we
But
see
Elysium is
Ahab.
doing exactly what I'm saying,
Yeah.
where Ahop is now going to play the Leona to
And it's
stop this Yunara in her tracks when she does dash forwards to try and kill her
and it's
Jinx.
also a great combo with the Ivern as well. This is a classic as well. So like even knowing that the Leona Ivern's coming, you opt into the Lulu, which does not feel great. If you're gonna pick an enchanter here, I think Jenna is a much better play into Leona than Lulu is. But even that matchup gets skewed at level 6, I think, towards Leona.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the side of Elysium for the rest of this ref kind of just needs to flesh out their comp with like damage, or honestly, because like they have CC through Leona Ivern, they have Daisy knocking people up, they have damage with Jinx, but they just need to like solidify the rest of the comp with like being able to let the Jinx either get her reset and deal damage, or backing up the ability to play through Daisy and Leona chain CC over and over and over. So kind of what I want to look for the side of Elysium, I kind of want like a Victor or something if they're gonna go like that damage route. But if they're gonna go like the facilitator route, I don't hate like even like a Karma mid or something randomly here. Obviously that would have to be on 5, but Karma Ivern in this game really strong for the Jinx, because the DoV side doesn't really have anybody that's like allowed to build Serpent's Fang. Obviously Darius can, but it's not great.
Yeah, at that point, I think you're seeing something like a bug coming from the jungle, just so that you can Serpent's Fang. We see Blind Kennen, that's a little bit wild.
Yeah, but it's not like entirely blind though, right? Like the cannon can still match up into the Darius fine,
Yeah,
assuming
you're,
that the
you're right, you're
Darius
right.
does go top.
I just feel like if you're first picking the Darius, that's got to be a flex, right? But then again, I thought they were doing something crazy with the Rumble, and they didn't in game 1 as well. So,
Yeah, and then
or game
here's
2, sorry.
here's another interesting pick here. This Zac is actually newly like very relevant in the meta off of the buffs. I thought this character was already really strong to begin with. I feel like he's always strong, but now with the buffs he's excessively strong. And I don't actually know where this deck is going between Smoke or Flock. Either or could be playing it, really. It can be played in both lanes, same with the Darius. The problem I have is if you're playing Darius into Kennen, that feels like an extremely unplayable matchup for Darius. And Darius into Ivern also doesn't feel great, right? So the Darius kind of has to choose like the lesser of the two battles, and
I mean, we
where
got
he
something
can.
crazy going on right now for DoV
Yeah,
stuff.
the Darius essentially has to do like the lesser of the two battles here, and kind of pick and choose where he needs to go. And I think honestly, Darius with two sums is a lot stronger than Darius with one sum. So I think Darius should go top, and the Zek should go jungle and try and impact the map here. The Scion pick, however, is a bit of a wrench into the things. I do believe the Scion will most likely go mid for Ohio, but that means that DOV is kind of playing like a one damage draft almost. Obviously, Zach. Obviously, Zach does damage. Darius does deal damage. Scion can deal damage if he builds AD and stuff, but it's a lot more rough if Yunara dies. Your damage is kind of low. Like you have really good consistent damage when Yunara is able to play the game, but if Yunara is ever dead and unable to play the game, it's very hard. Whereas the side of Elysium, their draft, they are playing for the Shinx, they do have damage in more than one place, and the set can go anywhere. The cannon can go anywhere in the solos, right? Both are kind of flexible, and I do imagine the set will end up matching the Scion and not the Darius. So we'll kind of see how that works out. But so far, I'm kind of favoring Elysium's drafts over DOV just because the DOV draft is like very skewed towards playing for 2.0.
Yeah, I think there's like one very specific thing that needs to happen for DoV to like actually be able to play the game, which would be Zach getting to the Jinx. I think that they have the tools to prevent that, both with the Chompers and Naysayer grabbing him out of his jump. I think this set has the possibility to just completely run this game, though. If he gets the matchup into Scion, which I assume is what they want, he just gets to free farm, and he's got 3 meatballs to just dunk onto the Yunara, and then he's just gonna one shot her. Like I feel like this game is so hard to play. Not to mention we have seen, especially if this is Naysayer and Ohio Drive, both playing top laners mid for some reason. Naysayer has gotten the advantage in both of the games. Scion top, okay.
Is it Scion top versus Darius top? MB? So it's Scion versus Kennen, it seems like, before any swaps happen. Scion versus Kennen, and then I'm assuming it's going to be Ivern versus Darius. Yeah, so then the Zac is going to go mid versus the Set. And I think that kind of changes everything, right? Because Set kind of can bully the Zac early, but killing the Zac is a completely different thing, right? I don't think he has a great way of killing the Zac. The Darius is going to have one summoner for these fights, which is going to be rough. It's going to have to probably be Ghost against this team. But now the Scion gets to play into Kennen, and now the Kennen isn't going to really find an advantage either. So now the idea the DoV is going for is they're going to stonewall everywhere and just play for bot, which I think is an okay thing to look for. Truthfully, I don't hate that idea. So we'll
It's
see how it
definitely
pans
their
out.
win con. I think they just look to push wave on Zac, and then he's just always in the pocket bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see how it ends up working out. This whole like moving the good matchups into different areas and kind of sacking the Darius. Um, when we get into game. But with that, I think we are gonna shoot it off to our spectator delay break really quickly. And we'll see you guys on the flip side after that. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Game 3. The fastest we've gotten to Game 3 so far, with me on the cast of DoV versus Elysium. And Mr. Handbag, we got a bit of a weird one. Naysayer has taken the set mid, which I think was pretty much a given. But the Scion did not end up going top. It ended up going mid lane. So it's Scion mid, Darius top, and Darius has TP. Which is concerning, right? Because I think that this is, if any game, a Ghost Darius game, no matter what sees. And Smoke has opted for the TP button. So, not too sure what that's about. Maybe he thinks he's just gonna get mauled in lane to the cannon, but I guess we will see. I did have the unfortunate the unfortunate queue for a game last night, or I guess this morning, and I got mid lane. I had to play against this the Scion mid thing, and I was Silas. And luckily, thank God I was Silas, and I was able to like perma heal and fight him in side lane because this thing's a bit of a menace. He doesn't really care if you kill him, because he'll just eat the wave. If he does vacuum the wave, he'll come back to lane with TP or ulti, and then he'll just hit your tower when you're recalling. So it's a bit of a rough matchup for a lot of mid laners, and luckily Naysayer is set. And I don't think Set is going to have the same issue that something like a Silas or like a Syndra will with the Scion mid character. So hopefully that shakes out a little bit better for Naysayer than it did for me. But I mean, across the board, I think everything's pretty usual. Um, pretty usual. Don't think there's any like weird rune choices or anything. Aside from Smoke taking TP on Darius, but we do see some deep trades happening in the mid lane. The Scion is going to get taken low. I'm not sure that Ohio actually cares too much. And if you remember, Ohio did start playing top lane at the beginning of the season. As Smoke is flashing in for what seems to be a deep trade, he is going to get stunned up in a second here, and View is going to flash away, but both top laners blowing flash here, and to like a very close degree, Viva and Smoke both almost dying to each other. But Ohio, yeah, at the beginning of the season was a top laner, so this Scion character should be pretty familiar to him, I would think.
Yeah, the thing that we were thinking in the draft was that they would send the Zac to match the set, and then send the Scion top to stonewall the Kennen, and then it turns out that Elysium got pretty much exactly what they would want, I think. The Zac has like a good bit of like map impact from the jungle role, but you can already see Elysium is playing very well around the Zac vision, warding his camps and whatnot. So
Yeah, and I mean, Duddy has also done this interesting path where he got all of his camps and also invaded the enemy Zac because he went for this early mid lane gank. And on top of this, he is also going to force Zac away because he has the level advantage. So he's also going to get this this bot grab for free. So Duddy as well is now kind of playing really well and is, forcing the issue with Flock here. And really, sticking it to him, right? Like, this is not something that Duddy usually does, but in this game specifically, he has really intelligent pathing. Like, he is behind the enemy bot lane right now in case there's a dive angle, right? Because his camps aren't up for another 20 seconds. As we do see Aop go in at the end of this. Chompers are going to hit 2.0. 2.0 is going to drop down to about 30% health, and everybody's kind of just going to waddle away from this fight.
yeah, I mean 2.0 a little bit beat up, but not quite dead. Still has both sums. Not in too much danger unless he lets Leona grab another E. One of the things to note though is that the Leona got through like the first 2 levels where she's a very weak champion without really being punished at all. In fact, like the Jinx was up in CS a little bit. That's a little bit concerning.
We got another little engage here. Chaser is going to get exhausted. 2.0 is going to have to flash away. Ahab stuns up Panda. Panda is going to also walk away here. And honestly, DoV bot lane is kind of getting a bit outplayed in these 2v2s here. I mean, I know you were saying previously that Chaser and... Oh, there's a little invade jungle scuffle here happening. Duddy has finally realized that Ivern cannot auto-attack the camps, so he's just gonna walk away, because he's not gonna kill Flock. But you were saying that Chaser and Ahop were kind of playing at their floor recently. They haven't been playing as well as they have been. And honestly, in the last 2 games, they've kind of been, getting their footing back. They're playing like they're confident again, so... we're going to see Darius Hex Flash forwards at Viva here, and Viva's going to have to blow his ultimate, so, I mean, that's a pretty good cooldown to get if you're the Darius. You are going to lose a majority of your HP here, and Duddy is going to go forwards. Duddy misses the Q, but it doesn't matter. Crucially, the stun does come out from the cannon, and Smoke is going to go down, and, Yeah, I have to wonder, were we playing a little bit too aggressive in this early game as the Darius, or could we just have coasted?
It was a great flash
As
from Ahop.
Leona flashes forward and gets the Q, he's gonna root him down with the E, Chaser's gonna pick up the kill, and it'll be 2 kills across the map for the side of Elysium. Really, really big plays here
It's
coming out
just
from Elysium in the early game.
2.0 not respecting the Leona at all while he supports in base, and then not only did they get the free kill there, but they also got Panda's flash as well because he flashed to try and save him even though he was 100% dead.
Yeah, and I mean that's a really big miscalculation from Panda as well because yeah, you would think with the dragon coming up, especially since he's running down mid here, he probably would like to contest this with his team since Zac is the stronger early game character and he did just take 6 here, but unfortunately if Panda doesn't have flash here, he's most likely going to be a casualty in the fight as Naysayer is actually 1v2ing mid right now. He's gonna have to blow his flash. Everybody is kind of walking towards this dragon. There is going to be a bit of a scuffle here. Zac is going to go in and steal it. The 3-pin king is in there. He is pressing up, knocking everybody up. Naysayer is 1 HP. Flock has to flash away. Chaser picks up the kill onto the Scion, and it ends up being a 1 for 2, actually. A 1 for 2 for the side of DoV plus the Dragon Steel. So really, really well played from the 3-pin king, Mr. Flock, to pick up this kill here onto the Dragon and secure that for his team. And then on top of that, Chaser did pick up a kill off the back of it, but 2.0 response with a double kill of his own. So DoV is still looking to fight their way into this game.
Yeah, this was well, we see another solo kill top lane. This was like probably the one way that they would lose a team fight, where it gets very disjointed. There's people fighting on all sides. You can't just front to back with your Ivern Jinx, because your Jinx is getting hit from one side and has to like kite through the enemy team just to play. So just a very unfortunate fight. Zac also getting the dragon makes it even more unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Duddy, he was just a little bit off on the smite timer there. The Zac did have the enhanced smite there, and I believe Duddy did not. He was 1 camp away, which is normally the scuffle that kind of happens here in the early game on this first dragon. And you know, since Flock had just a little bit more value on his camps here with either whether it be with the pet snacks or whatnot, he did have the 1k smite as opposed to Duddy with the 600. So a little bit of a rough fight, but I do believe that Naysayer is going to start having a bit of a hard time now that the Scion has a bunch of armor, trying to really shred him down here, especially since he's matching kind of armor items with the Scion right now. Chaser's gonna eat a little bit of poke here while Ahop is swording, but I don't think it's that big of a deal for them.
Yeah, I think Ahop and Chaser are just going to look to get vision advantage. If they have vision advantage, they're allowed to play more aggressive in this lane, especially with Duddy in the pocket. Doing the most tilting thing for any bot laner, as soon as you place a ward, a jungler just walks out of a bush and clears it.
Yeah, and I mean, Flock is up here on the opposite end of the map as Duddy, and he is going to claim these scrubs for his team as well. So Flock is doing a really good job at really contesting these objectives as early as he possibly can and giving his team these really small minor advantages, but in the long run they will actually start to matter as long as the gold lead doesn't get too out of hand, as Scion is ulting towards bot lane and doing the spot special here. Ahop is going to get stunned up twice. He's going to have to blow his R here. He is going to go down. The Scion's going to pick that one up. 2.0 does pop his ultimate here. Viva is in with the TP, and so is Naysayer. Smoke has decided to join the party as well from mid lane, and Viva's going to stun up 2.0. 2.0 is going to go down, but Smoke does have all of his buttons available, and Naysayer has the 5-man proc on him, but Smoke is not in range. He's getting kited, and that was the worry that we had, Handbag, is that he is going to be able to deal all of this damage if he is able to get into the fight and play. And unfortunately, he is completely unable to play this fight.
Yeah, I mean, DoV just committing the cardinal sin of full engaging on a Leona. The all-in just takes too long, and they get collapsed on and run down. Even though the Leona is dead, they still have the set for frontline, and with the Iron shields, the Darius is not strong enough, especially with how poor the early game has gone for him to really be able to cut through the set. And Viva gets a fantastic flank, able to lock up both the support and AD carry.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, DoV is not quite in the driver's seat yet, and they tend to do these really aggressive. They look for these really aggressive angles to try and get into the driver's seat instead of playing a little bit more calmly and collectively. As we do see, Naysayers is getting poked out here, and they are starting to use like every ability for this, but Flock just commits a little too hard, and now that's going to be 2 more kills over to the side of Elysium, most likely. Ohio Drive is going to flash away and live, but I mean, 1 for 0, and you get Scion Flash. If I'm Elysium, I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, this is another one of those things where it's very unique to Ivern, where he just has a very cheap first item fight, or first item spike, so you're fighting into Redemption Ivern, and if it's a stable 3v3, you're never winning that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the Iron didn't even pop out Daisy either. That was just all of his basic cooldowns, right? So, the side of DoV is just getting really just too antsy in these little skirmishes that are happening. They should know that they have really good scaling and that they should play for it. Like the Scion is already getting 550 health from his passive, right? So he will be your meatball for these fights, but you have to make sure that you are fighting alongside your Yunara as a fight does break out here. Daisy has been popped. Flock is down to 50% health. Naysayer is trying to run in with the Iron Shield here, but unfortunately Flock just keeps going in a little bit too early for these plays. He's trying to find these hero play knock-up combos.
So it wasn't
He just doesn't have to.
it wasn't that great for like that specific play, but he did get Chaser's Flash, so he may have an opportunity to do something in an extended fight here.
Yeah, and it looks like an extended fight is something that is going to happen here. The Daisy is not up anymore, and Flock is looking in here for this potential steal as he does get it.
Naysayer's huge here.
Naysayer is in. He hit 4 people with his ultimate, but he still needs to be able to get a big EW off. Chaser is free hitting this fight. He has killed Lulu. He has taken down Yunara and the Zac, and this isn't going to be quite you know, a 4 for 0 play for the side of Elysium, but it sure does feel like it because Scion is not going to be able to do too much other than sit under his tower here and watch.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of what I was talking about before, based on the draft, where you have these 2 meatball comps, but one of them has the set, which is able to use your meatballs against you, and he just flings, I think it was Scion on top of the Lulu and Yunara, and all of a sudden the fight is just unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, leave it to CCS to really be your defining force on fighting with your meatballs. We really are the expert of balls, truly, over here at the CCS. However, we do see a little bit of a scuffle in mid lane here. One thing I do want to point out is the set is going for a Stride Breaker rush here, and Scion has opted for Unending Despair. So, I will shout out Mr. Septi here. Certified Bombies hater Septi, who is a fellow caster at the Meatball Championship Series, hates this Bambies item. Absolutely abhors it, and thinks that every tank that builds Bambies shouldn't. And you know, this Scion character is really one of those champions that definitely doesn't need it for push. So I'm glad we didn't optimize for it. The set, however, who is now down about 40 farm because he keeps doing all these roams for fights, which I think are good, to be honest. That's where most of his value comes from. Is going for a Stride Breaker into Scion, and now, while I don't think Stride Breaker is the worst item ever, I do think into this matchup, if his set is going to match him the whole game, I do think it is better to just go Bork and Qmax. But we have seen that the set is playing for fights. So I think it is okay to build Stride Breaker but you do eventually need items to actually contest Ohio Drive in the side lane. Because look, we are QMax Stridebreaker, and we are barely able to hold this wave out from the Scion, and the Scion just is not taking damage. He's barely taking any damage, and if he's burning his mana bar and nothing else, he doesn't care. It's Scion, right? Like, he's playing for these tower plays. Like, look at how much damage that Naysayer is doing right now. Naysayer is literally dying, full comboing the Scion. As we just... I don't know what's happening here. The fact that I just watched what I just did is so disgusting. 2.0, really good job roaming to this play, because your teammates just completely whiffed every cooldown that they possibly could have on the bot tier 1. Scion ulted into the bot tier 1. The Zac ulted and flashed away, or eat away, I think. He literally ulted backwards. And then everybody else kind of just was about to let Naysayer live, except for 2.0, who had to ult and dash forwards. So if 2.0 wasn't here to collect the skill, I do not think they were actually killing Naysayer. So well played by 2.0 to save that play for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Naysayer seems to be accepting his role as a more supportive role as opposed to carrying the Scion, or like carrying against the Scion. I think the Bork might help him, but I'm gonna be honest with you, at the point where we're at, where Scion's up almost 50 CS and has the unending, I don't think the 1v1 is really playable. You saw him just like tanking the wave to ensure that like Scion can't really free hit the tower. And I think that's like the best thing he can do, and then you just try to get the fights where he can just click the Scion back onto his own back line, right, to win the fights. I think that's the way he's gonna need to play, because if he goes for a Bork now, I think he probably still just loses the 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with Bork not being what kind of changes the side lane for the set here. I think Bork does so much on set specifically against these really tanky members that it will kind of change. It will extremely skew how the side lane goes for the Scion. But I think it is perfectly okay for set to just play to burn the wave. But if Set is playing for that, I think Set also has to be W maxing and not Q maxing. As Elysium is going to pick up their first dragon of the game. Pretty good pickup for Elysium here. It's kind of on a free timer where they aren't exactly able to contest this top push right away, because they are all here to contest the dragon, obviously. But pretty decent macro play from DoV. They are putting some gold back in their pockets with this push, but it is split amongst a bunch of members. Namely the ones that actually are super important and matter, the Darius and the Yunara, but Flock does have this weird flank here that he's looking for, and Chaser is just able to block away from him and then look back in. It looks like nothing's really going to happen here. Sion's just going to cue this wave in front of their faces, and then walk back to his tower, and hopefully his tower lives. But in the event that it doesn't, this Jinx is going to get excited and is going to hopefully be able to play this fight with excited up. She is getting exhausted immediately. Darius is pulling her in. Kennen is doing a really good job peeling the Darius off, though, and Chaser is just getting as many shields as he possibly can, but he is finally going to go down after all of the CC comes through. Ahop is also going to go down off of the Yunara ultimate, and I mean, what a great fight from DoV. Flock re-engaged after the tower went down, so that the moment Jinx hit excited, she was already knocked up in the air, so that fight was pretty bad for the side of Elysium to take, and honestly, Elysium kind of full committed on it. There wasn't really any attempt to kite back until Chaser was essentially already dead, so really heads up play for DoV to play the fight like that.
Yeah, I think it was a little unfortunate. Viva's very strong, but he was like more committed to trying to peel Chaser. I think his ulti was like only hitting the front line there instead of anyone of real value, which means that they can just afford to continue the play forever, because Zac and Scion both kind of just don't care if they're taking the damage. Zac will take damage, but he can heal it off, and Zion is, at this moment, kind of immortal.
Yeah, I mean, the Scion is so extremely hard to kill right now, and he's only going to get harder to kill, right? Despite all of her best efforts, Jinx um, is at finally the LDR item here, but she's not going to have IE until the 4th item, right? So that's not going to come through for at least another 8 minutes, bare minimum, unless she picks up about as many kills as possible, truthfully. So it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle fighting into the Scion, and I'd like to see Elysium move Naysayer and Leona around the map to try and pick off the Darius or the Yunara inside. I'd like to see Elysium try and overload aside, is kind of what I'm trying to say here. I don't really like the whole let's sit mid and, commit Mortal Kombat over and over until one team or the other loses. It's kind of not really the best way to play League of Legends. As we see Smoke is looking for an all-in on Naysayer. Naysayer does have the W available, but he is getting low. Naysayer does pick him up and put him under the tower. Smoke is going to go low here and eventually die, and Naysayer lives mostly because of set passive. I don't even think the Ivern shield was necessary for him to live there, so Smoke definitely thinking that he's a lot stronger than he actually is, and Naysayer is letting him know that if you play a 1v1 as bad as you possibly can, and I get you under my tower, I will just win regardless. As we see another side lane play come out from Viva and Ohio Drive here. Viva is going to get slowed, has to flash away here, and he's going to live at the expense of Naysayer's TP. So, really well played from Viva to live here.
He's going to live, which is great, but he is also forced to give up his cannon flash, which is
very important.
A bit unfortunate for your team fight. He does still have TP to maybe be able to play a flank angle. I think as they set up for this dragon in 40 seconds, they should be looking to get him a deep ward that he can come from behind with his TP here as he matches Darius.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how this fight ends up playing out. I imagine Ohio Drive does just try and find a way to flash away from this play, but so far it's looking like he is most likely going to eventually die.
It is going to take him.
He is going to be stuck in the grinder for
it's taking so long his team's pinging Baron.
Seconds. Yeah. I think hitting Baron is probably the correct play to do here, as he is going to finally flash away. His R is about to come up, and he is finally going to go down. And we should note that enemy team is probably hitting Baron by now, so are we just going to make the trade for Drake? It looks like that is what's happening. We're going to go Baron for Drake, plus the kill on Scion, and it is what it is. I don't necessarily hate this play. I think it is perfectly fine. I think Elysium has enough tools to take a 4v5 right now if enemy team goes top and tries to siege with this Baron. I think Elysium can take a 4v4 or a 4v5 and kind of just stick it to them right now, right? Like, Chaser did just finish the Runons, and now he's at BF Sword, right? So we are strong enough, but it looks like DoV realizes this and is just going to walk away. I do not hate the trade that they made here. I think it is a gold negative trade, but it is a tempo positive trade for them. I think them getting the second Drake here is going to start to put a timer onto DoV. If they pick up this third Drake and put them on Soul Point, that means that Elysium can get this really big dragon fight in about 8 to 9 minutes from now, and that will kind of be what decides the game, essentially. As long as this Baron does not get 6 towers, right? That is the caveat. If Baron doesn't do a trillion damage to our base, we can contest.
We did see Flock sneak into this bush that Chaser checked with his W. They don't have any idea he's there at the moment, I do believe.
There is a small fight breaking out here, but Flock did not get to Naysayer here. Flock is going to get stunned up. We are going to get his flash and his ulti and his passive. Chaser is still able to auto here, but honestly, not anybody super useful.
2.0 is
Chaser's
also
forward.
finally getting to auto. Your Chaser flashes forward
Great
away
flash.
from the Scion. Really well played on the flash here. Flock is also going to go down. Chaser does get 2 additional kills here. Darius is going to get the bot tower against the Kennen, and that is okay. Kennen is trying his best to clear the minions. He's not the best at it, but really well played from the side of Elysium. Elysium manages to find an angle where they get essentially 2 free kills. Naysayer does go down, but that is just what's going to happen, to be honest. Smoke does flash forwards to get to Chaser here, and
he's dead.
the ulti comes down. Chaser is going to
Maybe
live longer than he's supposed to. He's going to get a second Iron Shield and live as well. Panda is 1 HP. The Scion is trying to auto-attack Chaser. Chaser needs to stop trying to auto the Scion and just hit the tower so that he can get excited and get out of there. And again, 2 additional kills go over to the side of Elysium, and DoV is getting way too antsy. They almost had a lead in this game, and for whatever reason, after 2 of their members were already dead, 2 more of their members additionally try and, fight Elysium. And they're down numbers right now. I don't know what's going through DoV's heads. Normally, this is a team that regularly plays for a player advantage, but they're just getting way too antsy on these plays, and they're playing so fast that they aren't even thinking ahead of who on the enemy team can be here and how can they kill me, right?
Yeah, I mean, Darius's scoreline looks a little troll, but he's been consistently getting towers in the side lane. Scion is pretty much unkillable, but we're just handshaking fights for no reason, instead of letting our side laners take over the game like we probably should be. And if you're Scion, you're kind of crying to yourself right now because you are invincible, but it doesn't matter because no one on your team can ever get to Jinx. So the game is just like almost unplayable at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, the unfortunate reality of the Cirque de Classic series is that I'm not sure that anybody really knows how to play side lane on any team. Because we saw yesterday a similar situation where both teams had these really strong scaling split pushers that wanted to play side the whole game, and they opted to never, ever, 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 ever play side in any of the games that they were locked into. They always team fought, and most of them lost. The only exception to that rule was when a mid laner got put top lane and put onto Yorick, and he played side lane very well. So, unfortunately, I'm at the point where I've seen enough games from multiple teams in this league, and I'm willing to say that nobody should be picking split pushers in top lane. I'm at the point now where, in the CCS, nobody except for Sean knows how to play side lane. Stop picking these side lane champions. Just play full team fight Ooga Booga comps, please. Enough of this.
Even if you don't think, even if you don't want to play for the split, you should always be like trying to create a numbers advantage from your side lane, if that makes sense. So like you send your Scion and
there is a big fight breaking out here. Kennen is getting the Yunara ulti and the dash here. Flock is ulting on top of Viva. Viva does receive the Iron Shield so that he can live. Ahop is trying to create space from between his team and 2.0. Smoke is now in the back lane. Chaser is able to kite it out. Smoke is going to eventually pick up Viva, but Viva is slain in response by Naysayer, and that is going to be the 3rd dragon over to the side of Elysium, unless the 3-ping king is able to find a random steal with no vision at all, flying through, and he is going to get stunned up by the Leona and taken down as well. So Chaser gets I think it was a double or a triple kill here. Ahop is also finding an additional stun here, but his teammates are nowhere near him, so he is going to have to flash away, I believe, or maybe he just walked away
he just walked
from that fight. Really well played from Elysium to kind of take that split fight and break it into 2 parts as each respective member kind of zones the bot lane of DoV away from the fight, so that Chaser led the kite around the fight and kind of slowly dance and whittle away at everybody's health bar. But now the Jinx is at a point where once she gets this Baron, she will be at either I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is going to turn into a BT and not a Bork, but could be either or. After this Baron, as there will be a Baron contest here, although it's not a great one. And now Jinx is excited and is running straight towards Panda Boat. She is autoing Ohio Drive currently, and Daisy is, World Heavyweight Champion Daisy is helping her out, but it's looking like Chaser is going to find his way into the backline and is going to take out 3 people immediately. Flock is going to go into his passive and is also going to get taken down, and then Chaser will run down the mid lane and secure himself an additional wave and hopefully a Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, that play just reeked of desperation. I guess they didn't feel like they could play the game if they got the Baron, so they decided to flip it there. I mean, we're just seeing the faults of the DoV comp, where they have no way of getting to Jinx, so every fight she's 100% HP the entire fight. Just doesn't matter if your Scion is tanky, she will eventually kill him, and if you can't kill the Jinx, which you can't because there's an Ivern standing next to her, you're just eventually going to lose the fight. And once she gets one reset, either by ignoring the Scion, which I think she's done in the past like 3 or 4 fights, just running past him into their backline with Ivern shields.
Yeah, and I mean, we're at the point of the game where it doesn't matter who exactly gets to the backline here, as long as Viva or Duddy is standing next to Chaser. Chaser is just going to be able to auto-attack regardless of which champions are in front of him, as we do see Flock go in again and knock up Duddy, and then he has to flash away because the Jinx has enough items to take down all of Manhattan right now, as she picks up an additional kill for the 15th kill of the game, aces the enemy team, and then pops the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very impressive game from Elysium, even though Naysayer had like the rough end of the stick, I think. Top lane also, even though Kennen solo killed him 3 times, was also getting a little beat up in the side lane. But I mean, Chaser got ahead early. They were winning the 2v2. Ivern supported them very well. Duddy had a fantastic game. I think he was always in the right spots for the most part. Chaser played phenomenally, and the comp for DoV was just it felt pretty unplayable.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of a rough showing for DoV here in this game 3. And unfortunately, they are going to go down for the first time in this series. And with that, honestly, I do believe we are going to go to a quick break before we go into the next draft. So everybody go pick up some popcorn, some drinks, and hopefully we get to see the final or the second final shellacking of a game coming up right after this break. Tune in. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 4 of the Clown Championship Series. I am Sutek, and I am joined by the Handbag as my color caster. If you are just joining us, DoV is one game win. Elysium has themselves 2 games to their name, and they are looking to pick up their third nice and quickly here. And one deviation that we do see in this draft is DoV has elected to take the blue side again, but there's no Silas ban. So Elysium, well, there is no Silas ban, has elected to still ban the Shyvana, and now DoV is going to just lock the Silas. So in the event that DoV does win this game, Elysium will be able to go blue side on game 5 and force DoV to waste a ban on the Shyvana. So, interesting call from both of these teams to do this, but it is what happened. So we'll see where the rest of the draft ends up going, but I am expecting Chaser to pick up, the Senna, which is his, I believe it is his 3rd or 4th best carry, and honestly, it's weird that he hasn't locked Sivir yet, no? I feel like that's like the first thing he normally locks in this series is the Sivir character.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's afraid of a counter pick or something. Honestly, these drafts kind of feel like DoV is on blue side, but they don't really have first picks. So, like last draft, we see Darius first pick for some reason, and this draft we see Silas first pick, which I feel like should be punishable, but we will see. What I really want to see this draft is for them to not put Panda Boat on an enchanter. Put him on something he can make plays on. Which
It
honestly,
looks like we're gonna get that. It looks like we're gonna get MF Realm, most likely. That's what I'm assuming we're getting based off of this. But Shen does come through, which I'm assuming is just gonna go straight to smoke. I'm assuming that the Silas is mid jungle flex, but we do see Duddy finally pick up the Udyr, and this is something that he's been just not picking in CCS as of recent. I know he picks it over in the prestigious Grand Prix. I've seen him pick it in a couple of games, but I have not seen him lock Udyr one time in CCS. So I do believe this is a first for him in this league, and this is a character that he's actually known for, right? I know that I also play this Udyr character and is normally banned from me, but he is one of the few other junglers that also plays this character in this league.
so we do see the Bard lock for AHOP as well. In isolation, it's a pretty good answer to the MF. You have the ability to just turn off RR whenever you want. But in reality, I don't like it very much because you're giving Silas an engage tool, and it's hard to actually land your Rs onto MF because she has the passive movement speed. So if she's not ulting, you have a hard time catching her out. That's like a pick you would want much more into something like Jinx. And usually when you pair with Senna, you want a frontline support, something like an Alistair or even the Rel if they wanted to take that away.
Yeah, and we do see the Amuben also come through, which is another Panda Boat classic. He does like locking Amumu support. He's one of the few supports that still does it. I know the character has fallen off as of recently, but I do think that that is another strong pick that they could have looked for in 4-5 of this draft, with the Silas being already locked up for their team. And honestly, on R4 here for Elysium, I'm expecting them to just lock their mid laner. I don't know what Naysayer has in his pool that necessarily counters the Silas, but Aurora is one of those characters that is able to kind of go even with it and match it in roams, which is quite nice, honestly. Naysayer has been playing a fine line in the mid lane as of recently with the last 2 games, where he kind of just likes to drop waves and move to whichever lane he needs to influence that will carry the hardest. As we do see finally an engaged tank come out from the side of DoV in the Thrush. So this is another champion that Panda, I know, has expressed that he is very good at, as he is with the Blitzcrank, but I don't know if it is quite up to the same skill level as his Blitzcrank. we will see how that ends up happening, but I imagine that this 5th pick on blue side will end up being a jungle lock in, and I'm not really too sure what you lock here. It looks like Silas is actually ending up going jungle here into the Udyr, so we do see an Ahri lock in, and it'll be the bunny versus the cat in the mid lane, or I guess the fox, but same idea, right? I want to know what they'll lock top side here because they can't really go Gwen into Shen, right? Set is down. Aatrox is available, but I don't know if Viva plays Aatrox. So I'm not really too sure what you log into the Shen here as Viva. Ornn is gone, Sion's gone, Set's gone, Darius is
Gangplank.
gone. GP, okay, this is like traditionally it's a very old classic matchup that would happen in Korea a lot a couple years ago. But essentially, you lock the GP because it kind of gets bullied early. It's supposed to be bullied early by the Shen because Shen is just able to pull through and. Even if you orange there, he is going to 3 autos on you. But the nice thing about the GP is it scales really well into the late game, and he can match R for R on the Shen, and kind of make the Shen ult less useful, right? Like, imagine you're Shen ulting on a character that's sitting right in the middle of GP ult. Like, how useful is the Shen ult going to be, really? Probably not very, unless the Shen comes in with flash button available, right? So, kind of pretty good heads up pick by Viva if he is really good at GP and is able to mitigate some of the early game bullying that's going to happen from the Shen. But otherwise, I really like both teams' comps, to be honest. The only questionable thing for me was the Silas into the Udyr. It's a bit of a rough matchup early, especially if the Udyr ends up going double Q, and even maxing it against the Silas means that you're just going to one-shot him regardless of what he does. But overall, I think both team comps are quite strong and have their own ways of playing the game.
Yeah, I think this should be an interesting one because neither team really has great go buttons, so it's going to be more about just strategic play, trying to like find your angles and whatnot. With like the only like real go button being Bardar in general, or like Ari ulting forwards, because like later in the
mean,
game, Thresh is more of a peel bot. Yeah,
I think Elysium does have go buttons. They aren't like traditional go buttons like a Rel or an Alistar or anything, but the Bardar, like you pointed out, is a good one. But also just GP like raw ulting at the beginning of a fight to slow everybody down so that Udyr can like just E forwards or double or even double E forwards with a flash and stun somebody in the middle of it and then press R and slow the whole team. Not a bad way of getting in. But yeah, I mean, both teams kind of have a rough time if the other team gets on top of them, peeling them off, really. Um, so it'll be interesting how enemy team ends up playing the game. One thing I do want to point out is Silas doesn't really have too many like amazing ultimates to take. He can take Senna ult, and it does quite a bit of damage with the Silas AP conversion, and gives a pretty big shield. But I think the best ulti to take if I'm Silas, unironically, is either Bard or Udyr, right? Because the Udyr ulti on Silas does so
insane amount of
much damage. It does an insane amount of damage in a team fight, and if Silas is able to point blanket onto a carry, that could just spell like complete doom for Chaser or Naysayer or even Viva, honestly. Like, good luck getting out of that without your flash, right? So I really want to see Flock step up this game and find these really crucial, like, either Bard ults or picks with the Udyr ulti.
yeah, he had a very terrific game one. He's been a little bit silent in the past 2 games, and he's on a champion that would allow him to take over if he's given the opportunity. So we'll just have to see what happens in the game.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to send it on through for our spectator delay, and we will catch you on the other side of it with game 4 of this wonderful series between DoV and Elysium. Catch you on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Game 4 of DoVT versus Elysium in the CCS lower bracket round 3. Whoever wins this game will go on to play Syndicate Sean Fan Club for the prestigious award of winning out the losers bracket of all of the people that got there before winners finals. So we will see how that ends up shaking up. And honestly, nothing crazy across the board here from pretty much anybody, except for I think MF has PTA. Is that normal? I don't actually know.
Yeah, it's
I think
pretty normal.
it is, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No. I mean, pretty normal rune setups across the board. Interesting to note that GP does have DFT, which I think he could have went a few different things here, but he's playing to, I guess, bully out the Shen with barrels and Q-procs. So very interesting. Hook lands for Panda. A little bit of poke over on both sides here, and it looks like, honestly, it looks like Elysium got the better end of the trade there. They at least got a potion off of the MF, so not a bad play, especially when they're the ones playing the sustain lane too. So well played from Elysium on that little trade, and Smoke is starting to get really low on in the top side here. He is taking a couple of bad trades that Viva is really capitalizing on here with the GP passive to deal a bunch of extra true damage on top of the DFT proc. So interesting to see how the rest of this goes.
He's just been taking a couple of barrels to the face so far.
Yeah, and so far, pretty standard clears from both junglers. Obviously, Silas is going to clear a lot a bit slower than Udyr. Udyr is pretty much known for being a power clearer up until he hits about level 9. And then he gets to put some points into his E, and then once he has like 3 or 4 points E, he kind of just becomes a menace in these fights. And any skirmish you really take with Udyr involved in it, he is allowed to really dance around these fights with a couple points in E. So it'll be interesting to see if Duddy adapts to that. He did take green. He took a Moss Stomper this game, which means most likely he is going to put points into his E, as we see a little bit of a red buff invade here, and this is kind of just a knowledge gap of the matchup. Duddy just knows that he is a stronger early game character with double Q against the Silas, so he is kind of aggressing there with the advantage that he got from the pushing mid.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of advantage there. Their bot lane also had temporary prio. We see Ahab get caught here, but it's just going to be a little bit of a trade. This matchup gets quite a bit worse for the Bard Senna, in my opinion, as time goes on. They don't really have the damage to match or the all-in potential, really. All they can hope to do is take short trades.
Yeah, and interesting to note, more and more recently, I keep seeing MFs kind of deviate from building this full lethality build where all of their damage is kind of front-loaded into their ultimate. As we saw yesterday, it was deviated a lot of it by going BT and ER, which I think is completely terrible. When I said go crit, I did not mean build BT into ER last night, so not great, but I do think BT Rush is a extremely viable strategy on the MF, and especially in a lane where you guys are going to be out-sustained. I would like to see that again, but unfortunately, I don't remember if Pickaxe builds into BT or not. I think it does, right? I think it's BS or BT
so, yeah.
Vamp Scepter, so we might still be seeing it. But I do think it is quite strong in this 2v2 specifically, just to be able to stay in lane for longer and farm up a little bit more. Especially since you know that you're going to be 1v2 a lot of the time as Chaser. You kind of get to abuse that health advantage a lot more since, you know, Bar is going to be running around the map.
Yep, and Bard is really just waiting for Senna to have her Shiv, and then he can kind of just leave and never return.
Yep, and as Bard does as what Bard wants to do, as he is already kind of starting to do that already, to roam around early game and collect some of his chimes. He is also looking at these mid lane angles, and Uh, uh, let's walk it back a little bit. As we see Panda actually get a really big hook on the A-Hop here, I don't think it's going to amount to much as the MF does end up getting snared up by Chaser. But as I was going to say, let's walk it back to the drafting section of these games a little bit. Because I do think something interesting can happen in Game 5 here. I don't know if either team really practices it, but an infamous support character is still left available in the Alusar, and I imagine one of the two teams will likely be the ones to pick it up, as we see another hook land from Panda. He is really on the mark with these. Unfortunately, there's not much follow-up to be had for them. But the other character that I really want to, highlight for the next draft, if we do end up getting there, is Camille support. I think all of the actual really insane engaged characters are currently down, as we see an all-in starting to happen. Chaser is going to get flashed on and exhausted, and he himself has to blow both of his summoners while Duddy is doing the dragon, and he goes down. And the GPR was also used in that fight too to try and save Chaser, so Mr. President unfortunately did not get down, but he went down, that's for sure. In that fight. But Camille support, I think, is a really big pickup for the next draft, as there is just a really extra long extended skirmish happening here with the Ahri dashing forward with their ultimate. Duddy is going to double E backwards, and Ahab is going to fly over the wall, and that will be hopefully finally the dragon over to one side, and it looks like it might finally just go over to DoV. Elysium might still contest here because Duddy is going to heal up with his W, but he might not be able to do that quite fast enough, and it's looking like the call is to give it, even though Duddy is hanging around here. He's kind of just sniffing for stuff right now, and he might get caught out here. He does get queued by a Panda, but Panda does not want to go in, so just a little snare up and a walk away after the dragon has been taken, and Shen is going to go in, and here is the trade that I'm talking about. Smoke is able to Q early, E in, auto, pull the sword back through, and they go half HP for half HP, but that is only because Shen is just a little bit behind in this lane. The GP has the call in the Sheen with the refillables to just the Tiamat on this side of Shen, and I mean, if Shen was a little bit more even in this lane, that is definitely a winning trade for him with the grass procs, right? So, even look at this trade. Traditionally, this is pretty Shen favored early on in the game. It should be harder for the GP to really find these advantages, but Viva's doing a good job poking out the Shen and kind of getting those advantages.
Yeah, I think the reason you take the matchup is because you can match the global, and you do eventually outscale. You shouldn't really ever be in danger of dying.
Yeah, and as we see another hook come out and just go a little bit wide this time, as A-Hop kind of splits off from Chaser there and tries his best to avoid it. And Shen is going to go in again here. The Ignite gets popped. The Flash is popped by Viva. He uses the orange. He gets
nothing.
Silas GP ulted. No, that was Silas's GP ult. So
Okay.
Silas almost snipes him from Fog, and it looks like there's going to be a dive, and Smoke is going to flash forwards and kill him, and the Senna ult comes out just a little bit too late, and Smoke lives on literally 4 HP. We can't really walk it back there, but that was literally 2 to 4 HP. We see a little bit of a setup happening on this bot second brush here, where they know that there is no vision. That he knows the Silas is topside here, so he's doing a little bit of counter jungling on the other side of the map. And Panda is going to walk out here and not really be able to find anything.
Panda might be in trouble here, though.
Yeah, he is a little bit pinched here. If he tries to contest this control word, he might be in a bit of trouble, but the wave is going to come in here, and there might just be a dive, but the problem is you're diving a MF Thresh when they have a Shen on their team. I don't think that this is playable, even with 4 people here.
I think they should have just looked to play on the Thresh there when he got stunned into the wall there. But
well, there's another wall stun, but there's no follow-up. Yep. Naseer must have saw a squirrel in the forest there, and
he got distracted by the ward.
Got distracted, so unfortunately no dive play bot, but I think that's a good thing for the side of Elysium, because if they committed hard to that, I do think Shen most likely turns it for them. and it becomes a bit more of a rough game state as we lantern in Ohio Drive here. The GP ult does come down. Bard R flashes into his own ultimate, gets exhausted, and he is going to go down to 2.0. So 2.0 is starting to find these very small, slight advantages, but if anybody on this DoV team is going to be able to use these advantages to their fullest and really try and push them through, it is going to be 2.0. He is notoriously, most likely, unanimously their best player across the league. I think everybody would agree with me that DoV's best player is their AD carry, and I would want anybody on DoV to have a lead. It would be him.
Yeah, and you see him complete his full Bloodthirster, and Chaser isn't... He's looking at just components right now. He doesn't even have the full Shiv on this reset. So this is going to be bad. We should just see 2.0 and Panda just sitting on the other side of the minion wave, completely zenning them, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Senna is now at the point where she doesn't exactly have a great ability here, as we see a fight shake out off of Panda's Q here. The Bard ult is going to come down, but it is from the Silas side. Duddy is going to get stunned up, and unfortunately is going to go down. Naysayer is going to use all of his abilities to try and find a kill back, but he is going to get E-flashed on by the Ahri, and Ahri finds a crucial mechanical outplay there on to the side of Naysayer. After he blew all of his abilities, the Ahri has all of her cooldowns back up and says, you know what, I don't feel like playing with you anymore, and sends him back to the toy box.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be like two separate stories of this series so far. It's seeming like from the first game and then a little bit in this game, of course we don't know the outcome yet, but when DoV gets these like very scrappy teams, they're able to like generate leads and play from ahead. But when they play these like structured comps where Panda's on an enchanter and their like engage is like less clear, they seem to struggle a little bit. So hopefully they can keep up the good work.
Yeah, and I mean, Soka is going to get collapsed on here, but one thing I will note that is extremely interesting, as Naysayer is also going to go down to a counterplay in the mid lane that we didn't quite get to see the beginning of, is Udyr has rushed Spear of Shojin, which traditionally means that you are Q-maxing, and I'm sure he is. But the neat thing about Spear Rush is that you can also put points into your R and get a lot of value out of it, because it does just enhance any ability in general. It doesn't really care what the scaling on the ability is. So in the event that somehow this game goes awfully for the side of the Udyr, which honestly currently it kind of is, he can kind of transition his build into a way where he ends up being like an R-max character with like 3 points in Q, and it's really not that bad. You still retain a lot of the value that Udyr gets, but I don't think that he is going to end up doing this, even though he is behind. And truthfully, it is a really rough game to be the Tiger Deer. Just because of all of the mobility, as there might be a repeat gank top lane here. I don't think Smoke actually knows that the Udyr is in this bush, and Udyr is actually going to be able to beat up on the Silas here. And notice how I said that earlier that mobility was going to be a big issue. The Udyr crucially only gets 2 autos here, and then he is going to be the one that ends up dying.
Another late ulti from Senna.
Yeah, and obviously Elysium's having a bit of a miscall on these ultis from Chaser. Chaser also has to blow both summoners to live the combo here. So I don't really know what's happening to Elysium. They played the last 2 games really, really well, and now they're just getting outplayed literally everywhere, as Naysayer manages to find a trade kill onto the Ahri that dove just a little bit too far forwards.
He completely biffed his ult and still got it.
Yep, Naysayer completely missed everything, and somehow still makes it out with the kill there because Ohio Drive got just a little bit too aggressive. So what I'd like to see from Elysium, they don't really have to like clean up the game. They just gotta slow it down, right? We can play these scrappy fights with this team comp, but the problem is that we're playing too fast, right? We're playing GP, Senna, Udyr, and we're opting into these really early game skirmishes that do not favor us. So what I would like to see is a little bit less fighting from Elysium, and do obviously give things where you have to, but don't give over everything. The goal is to get to 25 minutes and get to these GP items and these Senna items. And obviously at Senna's, I think it's, what, 40 stack a breakpoint or whatever it is that gives her the range increase.
Yeah.
We need to get to those breakpoints as soon as we can, but also, well, not completely making the game unplayable for us when we get to them, right? Right now, it's only about a 2,000 gold lead plus another 1,000 gold in the amount of stats the dragons give you. So it's not an unlosable amount of gold currently, but it is starting to create a bigger and bigger hole in this game, as it looks like both teams are kind of looking for a skirmish here, and Ahop is just gonna get blown up here, and honestly, he's not dead yet, but there it is there after the tower goes down, and now Chaser is next on the menu, and it looks like it's just gonna be an all-out war from the side of DoV to try and get to this game 5 and, you know, secured their spot in the losers, what is it, semifinals that they're going into, finals against Syndicate Sean Fan Club.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate because not only did he get caught, he also just flashed the Thresh on top of his AD carry, probably killing him too.
And honestly, oh, really good snipe from
very
the
good
center
cleanup.
there, and that's a really good shutdown for Chaser to get to. I believe that's an extra 500 at least gold in his pocket right there. So really well played. And now Senna is halfway to her next item. So the gold gap in bot lane is actually starting to close quite a bit here. We went from having about a 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead to about a 2,000 gold lead once again. Closer to 1.5 now, actually. Yeah, this gold gap is now starting to shrink, and I mean the game is not over quite yet for Elysium. They do have the ability to really scale into this game and start one-shotting people at will once they get there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting how the rest of the game shakes out. If the enemy team keeps hard playing into Naysayer under these towers and letting him re-combo them on their way out, it might end up being difficult if Elysium keeps picking up these shutdowns for DoV to really push this lead, because they don't scale like super well into this game. Shen becomes a bit more tanky, sure, but he loses a lot of his damage when he's building this full tank build as opposed to that Aslan. And Ari does get quite strong, but she does have about the same ceiling as the Aurora, so she's not really going to make up that scaling difference that's going to happen in both the jungle and bot lane here when we get to that 30-ish minute mark at 4 items.
Yeah, they also, Elysium, like, as a, you know, a plus for them, they do have their Gangplank that is ahead in CS right now. And then, of course, because he's Gangplank, he's getting more gold just from CSing things with his Q. Eventually, he's going to be strong, and he's going to be able to honestly play pretty well into their team comp, because, like I said before, they don't have, like, great go buttons. So they kind of just have to walk forward. And not having clean engages onto Gangplank teams is generally terrible later in the game, because he's just going to pop a barrel chain and then your entire backline's HP is gone.
Yeah, and then we're gonna see an all-in angle from Flock here. He's gonna use the Aurora art that he's sold to get over the wall and start the Rift Tail, and then he hits the wall line
again.
and goes back over. So he had a chance to get bursted there if Naysayer was a little bit more in position. But it looks like there's gonna be a contest from Elysium here. I guess they feel strong with
Ahop got Flock.
burn on Flock
He gets
here.
the stun.
He's gonna get the
he gets
stun
the
out.
Shenar.
Flock is going to get Shen ulted here after he takes on the Rift Herald. Ahop is going to go down, but Panda Boat on the other side of the fight is going to get a little bit low as well. Viva might look to call some barrels up from the basin of the ship here, but unfortunately it looks like everybody is just going to walk away, so it ends up being the Rift Herald for DoV plus a kill for them as well. And as I was saying before, like, Elysium just need to slow the game down. Like, what is the purpose of fighting this Rift Herald when we aren't quite at our spikes yet, right? GP isn't quite at second item yet. He's getting there, but he's not there yet. The Udyr is also getting pretty close to his second item, which looks to be either Asterix or I don't know what else comes from Tunneler. Sundered Sky, I guess, could be. He's missing a couple
Blood
ruby
Mail.
crystals, but could also be blood mail as well. Otherwise, like once we get to these item spikes, the game should end up being easier for us, as Duddy is going to get caught out here. He has to double E backwards to survive, and the Rift Herald is going to charge and get 3 additional plates on the charge here due to the grubs. And Nacer has gone over the wall and gotten the Ari ultimate, which stopped Flux base because of the Luden's proc, but they're trying so hard to find these random skirmishes on the back half of the fights, but unfortunately, DoV's team is just so slippery. They have so much free mobility that they are allowed to use to weave in and out of these fights for free, and Elysium just doesn't have the tools to really like hold them down.
Yeah, they're struggling a little bit. Like I said, they don't have like very good ways of getting on top of them. And I think they should honestly just be looking to try to arrive at an objective first and force DoV to play into them, because that's the way that you would want to play with the Gangplank anyways, and to a certain extent the Senna, and you just look to ult the MF with the Bard to stop her from like ulting over top of your whole team, and you just play front to back, because honestly you have a lot of true damage on the GP, you have heals from the Senna.
And GP is most likely going to go down here to his own ultimate from the Silas. Unfortunately, the way that Silas ulti works, it changes the entire scaling of the GP ult. Even though GP does have a very good AP scaling on that button, the entire AD scaling on that button is also converted, so it's dealing essentially double damage when Silas takes it. And Silas also ends up getting Chaser's flash, which is very crucial for this upcoming fight, as he goes in to Ahop's Bard. Ahop also has to flash away. Ahop presses R onto the MF. The MF dodges. The Shen ult does come down onto Flock. Natesayer has the R and flash over the wall. And everybody on both teams is honestly getting really low, except 2.0, who is still full HP alongside Panda Boat. And honestly, DoV can just march it down mid here. The entire Elysium team has to recall because they're all 1 HP. And once they take this tower, they can probably convert it into Baron too. DoV has like a really interesting angle here, but they aren't quite going to look for it because Viva is on a mission to catch this mid wave before anybody else on his team does, to really threaten that play from them. So good catch out from Flock and Smoke on to Ahop and Chaser there, but otherwise, other than getting the Suns there, nothing really too crazy happened. The only nice thing is that DoV, since they are the ones with the mobility, now don't have to play into these champions with their flashes available. So Ahop is going to slide the wall. He messes up the tunnel just a little bit here, and another fight breaks out. Ahop gets charmed up and dies instantly. Nacer is 1 HP on the side with Duddy. They do pick up Flock, who ended up hijacking the Udyr ultimate. Udyr is now going to try and get the Scuttle Crab here, and Chaser gets caught out by a charm into a taunt, and Duddy kind of follows the same way, and then Nacer dies because he gets caught by the, I believe it was a Thresh Q to the brain on his hop. So really well played by the side of DoV to catch them out here and collect this soul for themselves. And honestly, with the Chemtech soul, even though Elysium does have GP as a way to really solid this game, I'm not sure GP is going to make it to the point of the game where he's going to deal enough damage to one-shot the minion waves and kill somebody else while he's doing that. I think that the game is going to be reps just because of the resistance that the Chem Soul gives you later in the game, where it makes you take less damage overall to everything.
Yeah, I mean, DoV has been playing very clean so far this game, and I don't see them fumbling the bag here. They've been pretty good so far with their leads when they get them. And honestly, like, Shen's itemization into Gangplank is great, so I don't think Gangplank has the ability to really, like, make any plays onto Shen. I don't think, like, their team fight is strong enough at this point. I think DoV can just kind of hit them with their wallets, and the game will end.
Yeah, and as you say that, they are just forcing the issue on this Baron here, and to be honest, I don't know that Elysium is even really allowed to contest this. They have to walk through Fog against an Ahri and a Shen, which is very, very unplayable. As I say that, Duddy has now realized that Ahri is in fact sitting in the dark alleyway waiting for him to show his face and mug him. So he ends up double Eing away, and you know, who would have guessed that the Ahri is still hanging about waiting to find a pick here, and she's gonna walk over a ward and lose half of her health and have the ult
Yeah, her
away,
ulti.
but she is going to pick up a little HP plant, kill this ward off, and then probably look to recall and run back out on map while her ulti is on cooldown here. She's not quite useful without R and flash available, but the flash is coming up soon, and DoV is looking to get as much as they can out of this siege, as Elysium is going to try and give a little bit of pushback here to the siege that they are trying to find here. DoV is going to get 2 cannons here, and interestingly, Shen is playing side lane, which I do believe is proper. This tower should go down, and honestly, Elysium should not
Huge
look
Bardar.
for any kills here, but both Bardars kind of come down, and honestly, the first one is way more useful than the second one for the side of DoV, as now Smoke is in the backline wreaking havoc on Naysayer, and the rest of Elysium has to kind of move backwards here and try and conserve their health bars and play under these Nexus towers. Hopefully, Viva's second barrel comes up soon and does a ton of damage, but unfortunately, he gets caught out by the Thresh Q into Flay, into Charm, and Duddy goes down too. And honestly, this was a bit of a rebuttal from the side of DoB, and they will make sure that they get to go to a Game 5 against Elysium. And honestly, MB, I don't think we have a whole lot to say about that, because it was a shellacking, so you can just queue up the Silver Scrapes immediately. We'll see you in the next game's draft.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your Game 5 of Elysium versus DoV. And we are already locked into this draft. And as you can see, there have been a bit of changes. And like I said, if Elysium lost that game, they were definitely going to take blue and put themselves in a position where they are on comfort. And you see, the Sivir already locked in, but importantly, look at the ban phase. The ban phase has changed quite significantly. The Amumu, the Nocturne, are now both banned in the first phase, which is a complete 180 from what happened. And then DoV also, crucially, has banned Jarvan, Caitlyn, and Shyvana. So I guess DoV did not get the memo that Chaser is much more of a Sivir player than a Caitlyn player. And they opted to, for whatever reason, ban Caitlyn over the Sivir. So we are going to see a little bit of Sivir versus Corki here as DoV is going to think about what they want to pair with the Corki potentially or jungle. But it's so far we do see a Mordekaiser get picked up. So traditionally, I think you do just lock the Nami there. But I think both teams have kind of realized that their supports kind of just want to be on playmakers and kind of just outplay each other in that regard. So it'll be interesting to see what we pick up after in response to the Mordekaiser here, because Mord is currently a flex. It is something that a lot of junglers are currently playing, even post our nerf, as Duddy does end up picking Xin Zhao, which crucially is completely terrible into Mordekaiser normally, but I think it's actually not as bad for you anymore as long as you know Xin Zhao mechanics and are able to remove Challenger from the Mordekaiser before he ults you, so that you can ult him away in the Death Realm. Then you are allowed to live the Death Realm every time while building the crazy AP build. Not the Titanic one, but like the Static Shiv Dusk Dawn one. That build is really good into the Mordekaiser if you can make it to the 2-item spike. As we do see Naysayer Hui get locked in very early in this draft. And it looks like all around Elysium's just looking to go for a comfort draft, and DoV's kind of experimenting a bit here. I haven't seen 2.0 play too much Corki over the split, and I know Smoke is a bit of a Mordekaiser player, but I don't know if Flock plays it much on his own, as the Yone gets locked in, Gauntlet kind of gets slammed down here for the side of DoV, and it's probably going to be Yone into Hui into mid lane for Ohio and Naysayer here, as we see a Tarek get banned.
Yeah, we see
in
the Tarek ban,
response.
which just means it's going to be like it's for sure going to be an Alistair or Rel. I don't know why else you would ban Tarek on this team.
Yep, I agree. I think both of those characters are, I believe, the only two engaged champs other than Rakan that are still available. As we see the Alistair go down, the Karma is also going to get banned, which is one of Ahop's better characters as well, into abusing these engaged tanks. And I imagine that Panda more than likely is looking for the Rel over the Rakan here. I believe he has a better route than Rakan. I could be completely wrong, but I also do think that Rel is quite a bit better than Rakan in the current draft, honestly. Rakan doesn't have a great time playing through all of the Hui abilities. I say that as the Rel immediately gets banned. But Rakan has a really hard time dealing with Hui, and honestly, if you're charming a already ulting Xin Zhao, that's really not going to do too much for your team, because he's just going to immune all the damage anyway. So I don't know how much value Rakan truly gets here from being locked in, but I do think that Renata, more
Fiddlesticks.
specifically, is a lot stronger, as we see Fiddlesticks get kind of blind locked in here. Almost. We do see the Xin Zhao, but Fiddlesticks is one of those characters that kind of lives and dies by what is picked in support and top lane, as far as like HP stackers go. The jungle matchup for him does not matter as much as you would think it does, and honestly, it's not that bad here as long as Elysium's top laner kind of like locks in a tank as opposed
That
to
is not the play.
A bruiser. But we do see Nico get locked in for the side of Elysium, and honestly, I think Nico adds a lot to their team fight, but I don't think it's very like in a vacuum very good with the Sivir. On its own, it is a very amazing character to play, but with the availability of something like a Renata for the enemy team, the Renata obviously isn't going to bully the Nico, but it is going to make the Nico's life a lot harder to find those crucial invisible engages that she tries to look for when she can just get Renata ulted immediately in response, right?
Well,
So
I'm a bit of a Renata hater, but I think Elysium should have picked Renata here. It's
yeah, I
incredibly
think
good in bot lane.
Renata is actually really good for both teams' drafts, to be honest, as we see the Rakan get locked in. But I think both teams get a lot of value out of the Renata as opposed to yesterday, where we saw a Game 5 Renata not have a ton of value outside of, being a bailout character. But in this game, I think it was quite strong, but we end up getting out of this draft, and neither player really locked it in. So, uh, truthfully, I think I really like red side draft more than I like blue side draft, and that's just because DoV is really in their element when they're scrapping on these uh, really strong skirmish characters, and that's kind of what they drafted. Fiddlesticks is pretty good post 6 at skirmishing. Rakan is really good early game, even pre 6 at skirmishing. Yone isn't as great early as he is later in the game, but he is still quite a strong skirmisher with lethal tempo, and Corki, Mordekaiser are kind of like the kings of early game skirmishes in their roles, right? Outside of like an obviously Kalista or MF, Corki is right up there kind of with them, right? So it'll be interesting how that kind of shakes out in the game, but I think I have DoV kind of winning out on this draft. Who do you have, Mr. Handbag?
Yeah, I think this is a DoV dub. Honestly, it would have been Panda Boat on an Enchanter, but I think they should have just put him on Nami because it doesn't take any amount of brain cells to play that champion. It makes the Corki so much stronger. You can bully the Sivir, and honestly, we have a guy named Flock, and he locked in uh, Fiddlesticks. So I think terrible war crimes are about to be done to Elysium.
Yeah, and Hello everybody and welcome back to Game 5 of Elysium versus DoV. If you are just joining us, I am Sutek, your play-by-play, joined here by the Handbag from XSV Hydra as my color caster. And how are you feeling about this final games comps here, Mr. Handbag? What's the word on the street?
I think we got the epitome of what. Oh, we got some action going on.
Yeah,
Duddy's
we
bit
see a
caught.
little bit of level 1 action that he's gonna have to flash away from the mini engage that happens here. Excuse me.
Yeah, to get back to the point, I feel like we have the epitome of what both teams really want in a game. So far, every time Elysium has tried to match this scrappy style comp that DoV has put together, they've kind of just been dumpstered. But anytime they've managed to play like the more structured comps that like Elysium has in this game, Elysium has looked quite strong. So now we get to see the two different types, go head to head to see who really deserves to remain in the tournament.
Yep, and I agree. I think one team is playing a very standard comp, and I think the other team is playing a very scrappy teamfighty comp as a little skirmish comes out here from Chaser and Ahop, and a lot of sums are getting blown here. The exhaust, and the barrier, and the heal, as well as the recon flash are all being blown immediately here.
And
This-
honestly, I think Elysium got the better of the trade
Yeah,
there.
this greatly favors Elysium because without sums, like they're not really in as much of a danger because their only threat really is just getting all in, and without those sums, it's very difficult for DoV to be able to find that actual, engage, which just lets Nico do her thing, which is be really annoying and just throw Qs at you.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out is from the Cho'Gath, this character gets to do a lot of like weird things, itemization and runes wise, and I think in the Mordekaiser going tank is probably a pretty big blunder usually, but I think into the rest of the DoV comp is actually quite good. However, I do think taking Hail of Blades might have been better for a lane, as you don't really want to like trade blow for blow for your grasp stacks in this lane as the Cho'Gath. It hurts you really more than it helps you until you get to level 6, so that might be a bit of a blunder for Viva, but I mean, otherwise, I think that lane is going decently well so far. He has managed to get himself a cheater, and he's buying a tier currently, which I think means he's going to go Winter's approach, which might end up being the thing that actually keeps him alive in Death Realm, now that I think about it. If he manages to land a Q in Death Realm, as
early
Flock
gank
is
coming up
looking
from
for a early gank, and he's going to fear that Nico forwards into 2.0. Ahop is going to flash away, and lo and behold, Elysium does end up living using both of their flashes, but at least they lived.
Yeah, some clever pathing from Flock to get both summoners, really get his bot lane back in the game because they were starting to struggle a little bit. The Nico being able to outrange the Corki and just poke him every time he wanted to get CS would have eventually led to a CS differential, if not a kill. And him doing that allows them not only to get the summoners but to push the wave in and get the reset that they need.
Yeah, and honestly, a really crucial play from Flock here. And one thing I want to note, I did some investigating because on the sheet his account is not updated. Flay, do your job. Anyway, I did look into Flock a little bit. His old name was Trick Room, I believe, and now he is Flock. But the one thing I did notice is he has not been playing much of this Fiddlesticks character recently in solo queue. It's not been one of his most played, but as of right now, it is his second most played character in general. It's his second highest mastery, which means he knows how to pilot this Fiddlesticks, hopefully like the back of his hand. If I'm on my second most mastery character, I would hope that I know what I'm doing in the game. So far, so good from the side of the Fiddlesticks, which normally we don't ever see from anybody except for notorious player Hamaskar.
Yep, and we do see that like the bot lane is going very even, which honestly is very advantageous for the Elysium team, with Sivir just getting to free scale into a team that has a lot of close range people. Like Fiddle's always going to be ulting forward. They have 2 melees, 3 melees really if you count Rakan, and then Corki is short range as well. So if she just gets to go through her lane phase like essentially undeterred at all, she's going to be massive in these team fights if Fiddlesticks can't just get out right on top of her.
Yeah, and we speaking of Fiddlesticks, he is starting up with this dragon here. He is completely off of vision in fog in this river, and honestly, Elysium does not have any idea that this is happening. I'm not sure it's even really being calmed that he could possibly be here, as Duddy is looking to maybe make a play onto mid lane, and he's going to get spotted out by the Fiddle clone right about now. Yep, there it is. And the Fiddle is going to pick up this dragon, so first strike over the DoV, which honestly is a pretty big pickup for them as the skirmish comp. You want to have as much extra little stats as possible, and even more so on the Mordekaiser, as he is leaving lane to protect this red buff for his jungler, and Duddy is going to have to dodge away from this Rakan W, but Ohio is here. So Duddy's flash is gone, and honestly, Ohio missing that is quite unfortunate. That was literally high-low diff, and man, You gotta be sad about that one. The first Yone R of the game missing is never
Flock's
good. As
in,
Flock
he's got
comes
Naysayer.
back in with R, and Naysayer is down. Unfortunate for Elysium. The first blood does go over to DoV. After all of that, Duddy playing safe. Duddy not playing safe. Somehow Caleb is the one that ends up going down, and not Duddy.
Yeah, and basically the tale of the series has been, like outside of the Ivern game, has been can Flock carry with the advantages that he gets over Duddy, and he's already generated, 10 CS lead and a kill in 7 minutes against Duddy, so we'll see if he can do it with the Fiddlesticks here.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fiddlesticks is only gonna get stronger and stronger, honestly, as the game goes on, because, to note, this character, he didn't have the greatest angle there, but he almost found something.
Bit of an issue with the stream.
It looks like a bit of a skirmish in the top side, but it's going to amount to nothing. And the Fiddlesticks is going to just grab up the crab down here and probably look to clear bot to top and take a recall.
I think it might be a problem with your internet itself because you're lagging a little bit. Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, Caleb.
Alright, everybody, welcome back to the stream. Unfortunately, OBS and MB's internet are not having the greatest of agreements tonight, as they usually do, but in the little bit that you guys missed, nothing really happened. Ohio Drive kind of just went for an ulti play and missed, and nobody really blew anything important, so nothing of value was lost in the minute that we were gone. So after all of is said and done, we are in the tri-bush, clearing some vision in the bot side of the map, and Fiddlesticks is looking to kind of aggress his lead here now that he does have the proto build. Rakan is going to look in and charm. Ahop is ulting into 2.0 and has to immediately run away with the heal. The exhaust does come down onto Chaser, and another nothing burger fight at 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disrespectful dry R from Nico, just assuming he wouldn't Valkyrie away. Ends up having to use his heal just to not die.
Yeah, and I mean,
Probably
I
cost him
think
Drake.
I think, yeah, it's gonna cost him the Drake, and honestly, Fiddlesticks still has ultimate here too, so they can honestly look for a replay, a gank from this tri-bush into the bot lane, most likely, if Chaser ends up pushing this wave and disrespecting the damage from 2.0, but it looks like Fiddlesticks just gonna go clear his top side, finish his full clear, and the only unfortunate bit is there's going to be another little skirmish here that's probably going to amount to nothing, but as you can see on the map, the Fiddlesticks' bot side is coming back up, so he was kind of on the bot side of this map for a little bit too long. He has essentially what is 1.5 full clears available on this full clear, so his camp timers are a little rough right now, but honestly, so are Duddy's, and he is currently down 5 camps, so he's kind of got to make up that difference somewhere. Hopefully, it will end up being on this Rift Herald and getting Viva into this game as he gets put into the Death Realm and ignited up. But it looks like, honestly, weirdly enough, Viva is going to
almost live here as he gets pulled back in, and now Duddy has made his way into the top lane as Viva flashes away, so Duddy gets his knockup, is tanking all of the damage
Oh, no,
from
he blocked
the
power.
Mordekaiser. The Mordekaiser's going to flash away and get taken down, but Ohio Drive picks up Viva in the back end of the play, and Flock is now here to ult in and clean up Duddy with a 2-for-1 for the side of DoV, and DoV is really has really turned it on in the past 2 games. They were really silent in games 2 and 3, and I don't know, something finally just clicked, and they were like, guys, the team comp, I guess, doesn't matter. Let's just lock as many skirmishers as possible because these guys don't have hands, and that just seems to be what is happening.
Well, there's also a little bit more to the secret sauce than that. They also took Panda Boat off of Enchanters and onto the champions he knows how to play, so that's another big aspect of them able to play the game, I think.
Yeah, and I mean that it does seem to be a common case for a lot of the supports in CCS currently, and not very many of them tend to prefer the Enchanter playstyle. However, I will say that Ahop is honestly piloting the Nico a lot better than I thought he would. Normally, a lot of the people that lock in Nico have a pretty easy time finding these ultimates, and I don't think Ahop is most notably like known for his Nico gameplay, but he's actually piloting it quite well outside of not finding like the best ultis available. He's finding some value out of this pick, and honestly, we thought that it wasn't going to get an insane amount of value in this draft, but so far it's so good, honestly.
I mean, the Nico pick itself isn't terrible because you're into close range with the Corki. Him going the Zazax is incredibly troll though. But like his main thing is he just helps Sivir lane so that Corki can't just bully her, and then later in the game he's just an ult bot to keep the Yone and the Fiddlesticks off of Sivir so that she can do her job of splashing the entire team.
Yeah, and we're seeing a bit of a skirmish down here by the support and the jungler of Elysium, and the Fiddlesticks is going to have to flash away, and it looks like it's going to end up being a skirmish under the tower, as Fiddlesticks is now ulting from Fog of War, ends up fearing Duddy, and Duddy ends up dying as his ulti goes off. The TP does come in from Ohio Drive, but he gets put down to 1 HP as well, so there's going to be a bit of a chase here by Naysayer and Ahop, and Ahop should be able to find something here, but no, both of them end up dodging, and Ahop gets the shutdown and not Naysayer, so that's actually not very good for the side of Elysium. But on the other side of the map, DoV's top laner is killing the Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath did not even get the opportunity to get the Mordekaiser low enough to ult him and get his V-Stack. So this matchup is not going in the favor of Elysium, I guess the way that they would have liked, especially since they had the counter pick for it too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit crazy that Mordekaiser made it all the way to Game 5 because it is one of the strongest picks on the patch. And I mean, you have to think Viva is... We're in Game 5, right? So his answers are probably a little bit thin compared to what he would want into the Mordekaiser as well.
Yeah, I do believe that Viva definitely is one of those top laners that prefers like the Olaf or like an Aatrox even into the Mordekaiser, but unfortunately the Olaf was down in this draft, and his team did need a super frontline to kind of deal with this Corki Yone combo, as there's another small skirmish happening down here, but to note, Smoke is on the flank here on the Mordekaiser, and Ohio Drive has got the mid lane pushed in before Naysayer, and Fiddlesticks is looking for a really interesting ult angle here. I don't know if it is going to end up panning out as good as he thinks it is, but Duddy does have to ult and flash away as the Corki is now 1 HP, and so is Panda. Mordekaiser is getting a double kill on the all-in there, and now triple kill over to Smoke, and what a absolute disaster, as you said, as they over-aggressed onto this Corki, who still had the Valkyrie to go backwards, and he does exactly that, and Smoke cleans up the 3 freebies that were handed to him, and the side of Elysium loses 3 flashes for that play.
It's unfortunate because they had the opportunity to just walk away. Duddy had successfully, peeled the backline, and Chaser just had like a really great set of ricochets. They thought they could fight, and they couldn't get any of the kills. Chaser flashes forward, gets mortared, so he can't finish the Corki or the Recon. It's just actually a tragedy.
Yeah, and with that all being said, the reality of the situation is losing that fight means that they lose the following objective as well, and the Rift Herald will also go over to DoV. So now that all is said and done, the 1k gold lead that DoV had is now being increased up to about a 4k gold lead almost, and on top of the dragons, which adds about another 1500 gold in stats. If you guys remember, each dragon gives about 500 gold in relevant stats. There's about almost a 5k gold lead for the side of DoV at about 18 minutes, which I think is the most that we've seen all series from either team, as the Rakan is going to ulti forwards to try and defend his Mordekaiser here. The Mord ulti is coming up. The Death Realm yearns to bring somebody in, as Duddy is going to go down
Flock's
after
into.
the Fiddlesticks comes in. Flock is in. Mordekaiser goes down. That is the end of the top fight. And in the bot side, Ohio Drive finds a random pick on the Chaser while his flash is down with the Fates sealed. So across the map, DoV is making these really skirmish-heavy plays, and they're making them work. Obviously, it's a 2 for 2, but as the skirmish comp, you are more than happy going 2 for 2 on any play, really.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty unfortunate series of events, but they did at least get the kill on Mordekaiser, so they have one bright spot in that they did get a big shutdown. I did not see who it went to, but it's at least a morale booster to make you feel a little bit better about yourself, even as your AD is getting solo killed in the side lane.
Yeah, and getting the shutdown on the Mordekaiser is also very pivotal too, because I mean, honestly, once you have somebody strong enough to be able to kill the Mordekaiser, that means you have somebody who is strong enough to also kill this Fiddlesticks. As I say that, the Fiddlesticks is ulting down the mid lane, and Chaser is dead again to the Rakan and Fiddlesticks combo. But as I was saying, once you have somebody strong enough to kill this Mordekaiser, you have somebody strong enough to kill anybody on the side of DoV, if I'm being honest. And that means that this Fiddlesticks can also be shut down at some point, hopefully, because now he has a 600 gold bounty on himself. A 650 gold bounty, actually. So he's got 1,000 gold waiting on him on the map. So hopefully at some point Elysium can find a fight that's good for them into this Fiddlesticks and look to get that 1,000 gold into hopefully Chaser or Naysayer's pocket, as Smoke ends up death realming the Nico, and Nico misses the E, and he's going to survive the death realm long enough to not give Smoke his stats and then flash away, but Naysayer is going to ult that. He's going to get pulled back in by the Mordekaiser, and that will somehow be Ahab getting away scot-free, and Duddy Brains ends up being the one that dies. And well, all of that is being said, in the bot side of the map, as you're about to see the Cho'Gath coming back to base, was also 1 HP to Ohio Drive, all inning him without the Fate sealed even. So
Yeah, I mean they've somehow just handshaked themselves into really terrible lane assignments. They're fixing it now. It looks like they had the full MR Cho'Gath into the Yone, with like his only defensive stats into the Yone being HP when Yone has a Bork, and then they had Naysayer into the Mordekaiser, and it's just a terrible lane assignments. They ended up losing, I think, 2 towers because of it. And that's the whole reason Mordekaiser was able to rotate to the mid lane there and actually get that pick onto Ahab, who I think honestly would have just been better off allowing himself to die there so he can preserve his flash for a fight.
yeah, and crucially, I think Viva has to find a way to stop this this Mordekaiser from really aggressing
Now,
on his team.
Flock
but
is on a really good flank here.
Yeah, Flock is in the enemy's jungle. He is currently behind enemy lines, waiting for a big ultimate angle like this. And here is the infernal issue, as I do believe that DoV is just going to finish this fight up for themselves and, you know, get everybody that they killed 3-0. And, you know, claim themselves the dragon here, unless Viva finds some miracle flash R-Steal, but it looks like he is himself about to die trying to do so. The infernal issue, right, of playing against this Fiddlesticks is you need somebody to mark him, and since he is currently fed, nobody on the side of Elysium can mark him, except for the Cho'Gath, and the unfortunate issue is the Cho'Gath is Elysium's also only frontline, really, right now. The Thunder Sky Zinsao is not strong enough to stand in front of Corki and Yone currently, and surely not strong enough to win in the Death Realm. So Cho'Gath has to really choose between the best of both worlds as DoV picks up the Baron. He has to choose between the best of worst of the two worst worlds, where he has to mark the Fiddlesticks so his team doesn't lose the fight, but also has to stand in front of the Mordekaiser so his team doesn't lose the fight. So his job is essentially impossible.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're, you know, they're hoping for DoV to make a mistake, but thus far in the series, when they've gotten these leads with these crappy comps, they have not made mistakes. They've just been able to very successfully and quickly close out the games, and I don't think this one's going to be much different.
Yeah, and as it all is starting to, you know, come into fruition for Elysium, if you really think about it, the first two games of this series really were stomps from either side. The third game was an additional stomp from the side of Elysium, as we see a little bit of poke coming out onto Ohio Drive, and he's just gonna snap back onto his clone. And then game 4 was another stomp on the side of DoV. So I mean, truthfully, it seems like whichever team really just gets the characters that they want ends up just stomping the other team, and there's not really like a consistent way for either team to play from neutral or behind, it seems like, so far in this series. So obviously I can still eat my words here, but with almost a 10k gold lead on the side of DoV, it is going to be a very, very uphill battle for Elysium to try and pull this one back into their grip and take their spot.
It does look like DoV is not pushing for anything amazing right now. They are just taking the resets. I mean, there is always still, you know, the miracle of 5-man Nico R with Sivir ricochets rolling, right? Or like a huge Hui combo. Because 4 out of the 5 things on DoV's comp are squishy. So there's like always a possibility, but they've been very consistent thus far in their play. And I think rather than like an unforced error, I think Elysium will have to make something happen rather than waiting for something to happen for them.
Yeah, and we are getting the infamous in after the pause from the spectator client. This will go away right now as we get back into the game. As you were saying, them taking the resets as we go into another pause is pretty important for them, because they've already used about a minute of despair and a little bit longer than a minute after the recall. But the Baron only lasts around 2 minutes at this stage of the game. And if you notice, they've already got pretty much every tower on the map except for top lane. So now the next goal is they're going to push down top lane for these 5 tower plays. They're going to get themselves an additional 500 gold off of the end of this Baron. And the general idea is that Elder is up in 3 minutes, right? So as long as you are able to hopefully siege this top tower, like they did in the last game, where they got the top inhib and then they played for the dragon, the side of Elysium, which I believe was 2 games ago. They are going to try and replicate this play, use the top lane pressure from the super minions to go to the bot lane and, you know, free contest the dragon against the Cho'Gath, who is likely going to be the one that has to match this top wave, unless they do send the Hui on the side of Elysium.
Yep, I mean, they're on a very strict timetable right now. They have 3 minutes to try and get Chaser and Infinity Edge, and then they just hope for the dream scenario. And that's about all that they can do. And it is still possible. It's a lot of melees on that team. If Chaser's able to get some uptime, maybe they can make something happen. And DoV is just looking to be clean and concise at this point because they are completely in the driver's seat. They don't need to do anything fancy. They just need to play to their strengths and close out the game.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm in Elysium's shoes, right? The only way that I see an angle or an avenue back into the game is looking at this Fiddlesticks and trying to catch him out inside as the game is finally unpaused after 5 long minutes. We are going to get another pause bug because Spectator is such a beautiful thing for my multi-billion-dollar company. They make it work in Valorant, but in this game, they hate us and do not want us to have any good things in life. So we are, going to be stuck here for an additional, 5 seconds waiting for the characters to move. And there we go. So now, if I'm Elysium, right, I want to look at this Fiddlesticks as hard as I possibly can when he is mispositioned. Obviously, that is a tough task since the entire jungle is going to be dark and enemy team has Baron. So this Fiddlesticks does have free looks pretty much all the time, like this one right here. But the moment that we
fear.
Yeah, the moment that we're
This
able
might be
to
the mistake we
eventually
were looking
find
for.
this Fiddlesticks, which is, right here, unfortunately, the 1K shutdown does go to the support of Elysium. The fight is going to keep going. 2.0 is dead, and that's another shutdown towards Elysium. Duddy is almost getting a third kill. Smoke is now in the front line. The Fate Sealed misses onto the Nico, but Smoke flashes forward with the Q to pick him up. Chaser is looking to finish off clearing this wave, and now the Baron is gone too, so good news is we picked up the shutdowns. Bad news is for Elysium, Nico picked up the biggest shutdown, and Duddy picked up the other shutdown. And if I'm being honest, since I'm at the stage of the game with gold, really does not matter. We really wanted those shutdowns onto Chaser or Naysayer, and neither of them really got them, which is very unfortunate. That was like the one avenue where we definitely could have gotten back into the game, and now that one's a little bit gone. So if I'm Elysium, I'm really scratching my head at this point, trying to figure out now what is the best gold play for us to get on the map now that that has happened, because there is just there's no like big gold influx left on the map outside of the 200 and 250 gold shutdown from the Mord and the Yone, and then like getting 5 plates mid into the tower bounty, right? It's going to be extremely difficult to find gold on the map, but
so
if
Chaser does have his Infinity Edge now. He is very strong in this fight if he's allowed to have any uptime. Bio Drive seems to be a little bit caught here, but
yeah, and Fiddlesticks ulted forwards onto only Naysayer as well, and doesn't even kill him, so Fluck is going to die here, no matter what.
Bio Drive is caught too.
Ahop's gonna go in with the ulti. Duddy's gonna find the shutdown onto the Yone, and 2.0 is dead. Now, Panda Boat is going forest with the R, which is about to go away. He's now 1 HP. Chaser is free autoing in this fight as well. Viva is creating so much space for Chaser. Chaser uses his spell shield, doesn't really block anything, but Viva is creating so much space, and really good play from Elysium. They managed to drag this game back, and Dragon is up in 30 seconds. And what I was about to say before this fight ended up breaking out was the only way Elysium gets back into this game is if Fiddlesticks fumbles an ulti right before the dragon, and they are able to end up flipping the Elder, and now the gold is, granted it's still 8k behind, but pretty soon that's not going to matter, right? Once both teams are at 60k gold, there are really no more items to actually buy, so DoV will be up about 4 items across the board here, but I don't think that that's going to matter as long as the side of Elysium is allowed to play their characters and hit the characters that are trying to kill them, right? So as long as Chaser is free hitting, we are able to play the game, as there is going to be an Elder contest, and honestly, this is going to start looking like a closer game if we can get a similar fight for Elysium, as DoV is looking to back up towards the banana bush, and Chaser is trying to get some mid prio here, but unfortunately DoV has sent 2 people mid, and Ohio Drive is aggressing onto Chaser, and
is
Viva
pushed very
is
far out.
inside of 5 people right now, and Viva is going to go down before anything happens in
A
here.
huge ulti.
There's a huge
Mayhawk.
ulti from the Nico, but there's no follow-up,
follow-up.
and there is Rakan going towards the backline of Elysium. Chaser is going to get knocked up. Panda's going to go down to 1 HP. The Fate Seal is going to hit everybody except for Chaser on Elysium, and the entire Elysium team is going to go down, and Chaser is 1 HP, and this might be the end of the game for Elysium. DoV only have to get through Chaser, and he has no summoners left available.
I don't know what happened with Viva there, that he just walks into the entire enemy team and dies. And then A-Hop dies trying to save him.
Yeah, I don't
it's
know.
unfortunate
that might have
because
been a protest from top lane. I'm
they
not
got
gonna lie.
they had their miracle fight, and it was like maybe playable at that point, and then they just decided Cancun sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, and Chaser is going to go down here, and that leaves only A-Hop to defend the base. Granted, there are no minions left until the wave gets there. Viva is now alive, but the minion wave has come to the base. Duddy is on the case. They are going to kill 2.0. The smoke is going to go forwards and try and kill Nico, but unfortunately, Rakan is going to finish the last hit on the Nexus, and that is the end of the series of Elysium versus DoV.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate that even after they had their comeback moment, they had like a really sloppy closeout to the game. But I mean, it is what it is. DoV deserved the win. They were dominating for pretty much 95% of this game. Every time they got the comps that they wanted with these like very skirmish heavy teams, they were just able to close out efficiently, and even with their throw, it was still only a 30-minute game. It was still on the quicker end of the spectrum.
Yeah, and I mean, what a close series from both teams, honestly. I mean, DoV has, really been, parading their flag, saying that they are going to be the ones that take down Syndicate the next time that they meet, and they are going to get their invitation to do so with this final win. And with that, I do believe we are going to get an interview with Panda, the support from DoV, on his win, and I do believe we are just gonna go straight into that right now, right, MP? Yeah, so we'll just go straight into it now, since Panda is already here in the chat. Hey, I will start with the first question, because I have a the easy opener for you, Panda. How are you feeling after that game 5? It was a pretty close series, and if I was you, I would not have expected Elysium to take you over to that 5th game, but they did.
Yeah, I kind of suck a little bit. Don't put me back on Milio. I took cleanse because I was like, man, yeah, it would be really good if I could cleanse myself and then cleanse the whole team with my R. And then everyone during the game and after told me you're stupid. So noted, unlucky. I thought we were gonna 3-1 him, and if I probably wouldn't have played Milio, it probably would have been a 3-1. I don't think there was any beating that Omega Ash cringe comp that they built game 2. We just kind of got outdrafted there, but it was a fun series. I had a lot of fun.
Are you excited to get your get back against Syndicate?
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that. That's gonna be a fun series. I'm a little sad that it's gonna be on a Monday night because I gotta go to work the next day, but it's gonna be a banger.
Yeah, and I don't have like any crazy question or anything to follow up those questions, because my question was, what is your prediction for the your get back for Syndicate, right? Because last time you guys went to 5 games, Syndicate, I know Sean has been on the podcast, but I do believe Lost has also expressed this, that they aren't feeling too good about how they've been playing recently. But I know you guys have felt like you've been on the up and up. But recently I feel like, from watching you guys in both of those series, I think the Syndicate one, I think you guys were playing better than you normally do, and in this one I think you were playing worse than you guys normally do. So how do you think that's gonna go, and how do you think you guys will perform in that series on your get back?
We talked about a lot of stuff tonight. There's a certain style that we wanted to play, and our coach wasn't here tonight. He was gone, so it was like a like 10-second delay, and that made things a little difficult. He's a little bit more quick on his feet, and I kind of just want to help people. Um, so we're gonna have a better draft plan coming into Monday. Not that Elysium was like unprepared, or we were unprepared for Elysium, but I mean, like we whipped out Fiddle game 5. We were playing this little game of who's gonna pick Silas, who's gonna get Shyvana, and we eventually just like nutted up and decided, yeah, we're just gonna slam it on the table and win this series, or we're gonna go out, swinging.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, I don't think we have really any additional questions, but I want to open the floor to you, Panda, because I know you have your homies and your boys that all support you, so I want to give you the floor and let you shout out those guys before we go off of the stream.
I mean, big shout outs to everybody on DoV. The owners, all of our subs, everybody's just goaded with the sauce, bro. Um, we've been running a 10-man roster all season, haven't had to use everybody, but we're just really happy that everybody has been here. Shout out my favorite hater, Keo. He gonna flame me till the day I die. I love this guy. And then after that, just appreciate everybody tuning in. Maybe I am a little bit of a hook merchant, but we won the series, so on to Sean's.
And with that, I have additional shoutouts. Thank you, MB, for the production. Thank you, MB's internet, for always coming back after it goes out. Thank you, Handbag, for being my second caster today. We would not have this stream without one of the XSV Hydra homies coming up and helping out with the streams. And thank you to Flay and Redacted for keeping everything working smoothly. And with that will be the end of this the CCS lower bracket round 3 game. And thank you, everybody, and good night.